Hi, hello. How are you guys? I know it's been some time trying to figure out how to um, get this. Let me just get my phone where it needs to be. Hi, everybody. Just a second. I'm trying to get my phone set up here. How are you guys? How is your Monday going so far? I hope you guys are having a good Monday. I'm just gonna get this going here. I need to get a better magnet for my hold on you guys. I'm trying to get on TikTok. We can back this up. Hi everybody. All right. What did I put as the title? Ascend quietly and privately. All right, y'all. How's everybody doing? Hi everybody on TikTok. Don't forget to like and share. Like, and share the live as you're coming in. The likes are well appreciated. All right, so good topic for today, as usual. Why is this? Why is everything looking? Why is it doing that? That's so weird. Did they change it? Overlay. No. What did they do here? I think they, okay. Okay. Hi, everybody on TikTok. Don't forget to like and share the live, please, as you're coming in. So today we have a good topic. We're going to be talking about ascending quietly and privately and doing what you need to do to stay the course. I hope you guys had a very, very refreshed weekend. I hope you guys had some time to relax, but it is Monday, so it's time to get back on track and it's time for us to get back in alignment and do what we need to do moving forward. As you start to ascend and grow and work on yourself, Mondays are exciting. Mondays should be exciting for you. The beginning of the week should be exciting for you because it's an opportunity for you to hit new goals. Okay, don't forget to like and share the live on TikTok, please. Let's get the likes up. All right, so we're going to talk about ascending quietly and privately and getting ahead in your life privately, quietly, and then doing what's necessary to stay on the divine path. So I actually had somebody tell me or ask me what I thought about everything that was going on online. I guess there's like a lot of arguing or something like that. And I said, I don't feel any way about it. And I don't involve myself in it because I feel like it has nothing to do with ascension. And it's just with me and with what I'm doing here, the more I ascend, I don't involve myself with anything that doesn't have to do with that. If it's not about ascension, if it's not about how to grow in life, if it's not about how to do better, if it's not about self-mastery, if it's not spirituality, I don't care. I don't care about it. It has nothing, if it's not about growth, spiritual alignment, and progress, I don't involve myself in it and I don't care about it. And it's so funny because I was actually thinking to myself, I'm like, do I even want to stay on Instagram? Do I even want to I love TikTok. I'm not getting off TikTok. I actually go on TikTok a lot to watch a lot of like spiritual clips and videos and like cooking stuff, but the drama, don't care for it. So let's talk about ascending quietly and privately. I think when you're doing better in life, you just got to be a little bit quiet and be quiet with your growth and with what you're doing to grow. Okay. You don't have to check in with people if you want to do better in life. You don't have to check in with anybody if you decide that you want better. And ascending and growing and doing better in life, it requires you to look at yourself and ask yourself, what am I doing here? What am I doing in my life? Is it making sense? Is it coming together? Is it gluing together? Am I learning and am I growing? That's one thing that I'm always asking men and women. I ask them all the time. I'm like, are you growing? Are you like growing as a person? Or are you the same? Because if you're still the same, we have a problem. Life is about growing and getting better physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, financially. There should be growth there. And growth requires us to work on ourselves every single day. Growth requires us to know what our triggers are, what makes us happy. And growth requires us to know what we're going for and what we're not going for. So, what are you going for and what are you not going for? And I think the number one thing too is protecting your peace. Like, I feel like you have to like guard your peace like a guard dog. Like, I think you know how people say, oh, I'm protecting my peace. I'm protecting my peace, girl. I'm protecting my peace. What does that mean? Because protecting your peace is an action. It's not intertwining yourself or involving yourself with anything that is low level, that is low vibrational, that is not beneficial for your spiritual growth, not aligning yourself with stuff like that. Protecting your peace is it's you have to actively be protecting your peace. It requires you to take action and not allow anything or anybody to get in the way. And I think the person that is going to have their hardest time in life protecting their peace is a woman who's determined to rise. It's a woman who's determined to rise. And if you're a woman and you're determined to rise, you have to protect your peace like your peace is a guard dog. Like you're a guard dog. Because there's just something about a woman that's focused that causes people to want to come and bother her. I don't know what it is. You can be sitting there working hard and pushing yourself forward, and it's like somebody's like hiding behind some type of corner, waiting to see how they can distract you. So I always tell women and men too, but mostly women, you cannot play about your peace. Because I think if a man is motivated and a man is focused, and let's say that man is handsome, triple threat man, he can be focused on a project. And I'm not saying that other men are not going to do things, but he will most likely be left alone. But in the community of women, because there's so much jealousy, they won't leave you alone. They're not going to leave you alone. They have to find a way to infiltrate themselves in your space by force to get your attention because they feel like they have to bully you into some type of reaction. And I've seen this even when even in corporate America, a guy would just be focused doing his thing and nobody would care. But if a woman is focused in doing her thing and she's attractive, it's like the women and men too made it their business to see how they could bother her, especially the women, where they have to find a way to bother you. And it's very, very important to not fall into that. And it's very important to protect your peace and the progress that you're making, even if that means separating yourself for however long you have to separate yourself from, make sure your peace is maintained. And I saw this post. I wish I could find it. Oh, wait, let me see. Let me see if I could find it. I saw it this morning and I'm like, oh my God, she is 100% correct. Let me see if I can find it. One second. Where's the post? Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. So the post says, okay, so listen, let me put this down just a little bit. Okay, so the post says, wait, I gotta click it though. I don't want it to play for like copywriting. Okay, she says, when you're really pretty and your powerful energy, the type of energy that triggers people's insecurities, just by you walking into a room, you cannot afford to be overly nice to anybody and everybody. Not saying it's okay to be a bully, but in a world where a lot of people want to get close to you just to experience you or to study you because it's a one sided competition with you, you have every right to be picky when it comes to who you surround yourself with. Sorry, I had to do it really fast because it's a video that was going fast. So that's what I'm saying. It's like I think that when a woman is smart and a man, when a woman is smart, focused, and attractive, people feel like they can just talk to you. Like they just feel like they have a right to just come up to you and just talk to you. And I've never understood why people felt that comfortable, especially men. I'm in the gym this morning and I'm working out, and three dudes just come over and just start talking to me. Like it's like they didn't care that I was working out. They didn't care that I was in the middle of a set. They just three dudes. And I'm like, in what world can you do that? Like they just walked over to me, just infiltrated my space and just start talking. And I'm like, I'm in the middle of a set. I'm working out. Like, and then I realized it's the energy. It's the essence. You can't work on your energy and do work to make yourself more balanced and not expect that. So when they walked over to speak to me, I was getting ready to, be like, can you like, but then I told myself, I said, no, you can't do that. It's the light. How could they not walk over here? That's just the price of working on yourself. So I had, very light conversation, like 3 minutes. You don't have to be rude. I always tell women, you don't have to be rude to people. You don't have to be rude to people. You don't. I'm not saying that you have to be open, but you don't have to be rude. So we had a quick conversation, and the guy was like, "Oh, I saw you in there doing your jump rope. Like, how you do all that?" I'm like, "I don't know. Like, I've been jump roping. It's one of my favorite exercises to do. So after I do my cardio, I do my jump rope, and then I do my weights right after. I'm usually at the gym for like 2 hours, 2, 3 hours. I like to take my time in there. And I realize when you are working on yourself, you're going to naturally attract people to you, which is fine. But just you can have your boundaries up, but don't allow it to make you upset. Because when you're angry and upset, that is a low level feeling when you're angry and upset and annoyed. And I mean, we're human. So sometimes I do not want to. Oof. I got my nails like extra long this time. Well, I don't know. It's kind of hard for me to like, maybe it's the shape because they're a little bit pointy. Um, what was I saying? Yeah, when you're doing like, when you're working on yourself as an individual, it's natural for people to want to speak to you. So I've learned to not don't take it personal. Hey Mel, loved your video on the girls stuff. Thank you. Thank you. Let me go through you guys' comments and I will be taking questions today if you guys have any. Hi everybody. The background music sounds muffled. Okay, let me try to put it down a little. All right, so I put it down a little bit. Where is okay, wait. Okay, there's a chat. Okay. You're very wise, lady. I'm a Brazilian male and have been following your content. Thank you. I'm happy you like it. I'm happy you like it. Thank you for being here. I like when the guys are on the platform too. I'm definitely trying to make more gender neutral content. There's a lot of fellas in here, and a lot of the fellas are super supportive of my platform too. Like I have calls with a lot of men too. Like it's an amazing experience, and I'm trying my best to understand the male perspective a little bit better so that I can help the men too. Because, I'm experiencing life in woman, right? So when I'm helping men, it's if it's not like a spiritual purposes, like with God and stuff, or alignment purposes, or just like success or how to get ahead and stuff like that. Day to day is kind of hard for me because I'm experiencing life in woman. I'm not experiencing life in man. So I don't really know what men's challenges are. I would definitely like to learn so that I could better help them, but I try my best. I try my best. That's all I can say is I try my best. Thank you, Hannah. Where do you online shop? You dress so classy. I do Sheen. I don't know if it's Cheyenne or Sheen. Sheen has really good quality clothing. I heard that their clothes, the same people who manufacture for Zara, allegedly, manufactures for them. So I do Sheen and I do Zara. Sheen, Zara, and Boohoo. And I guess the classy look, I guess, is because of the color scheme that I wear. I don't wear certain colors. Like I don't wear pink, I don't wear yellows, I don't wear color. Sometimes I'll slip and I probably will, but the most I'll do is always solids. I don't really do patterns. Whites, blacks, browns, nude. If I want a pop of color, I'll either do red or I'll do like a olive green, but I don't wear color. I don't wear pink, I don't wear yellow, I don't wear orange. You will never catch me in any bright color clothing. I only do neutral color clothing. And even my nails, I had red for 2 weeks and I hated them. And then I went right back to this. And these are my real nails. I um I only do neutral colors. Like even my lips, like I'll put on red lips and then I'm like I feel like a clown. Like I don't know, I just don't like color. But I'm actually doing better because I used to only wear black. When I was in my early 20s, I would only wear black. I wouldn't wear any other color outside of black. My whole closet was black, like everything. And sometimes I'm like, maybe I'll go back to that. Mel, I can't wait to tell you the humiliation tactic. Yeah, tell me, Quinn. Put it in the comment section. I mean, you have to be prepared also when you're wait, why not? I just don't like color. I don't like wearing anything that's color. Like even when I do makeup, it's the same. Are you okay? Of course I'm okay. Why would I not be okay? So, yeah, so Quinn put it in the chat. again, when it comes to like humiliation rituals and tactics, that always happens when you are on a path to like growing, or they see that you're going to do something big, so they got to see how they could like break your spirit. So that's usually when people do humiliation rituals. I haven't been seeing you on my YouTube feed. I'm always on the feed. I'm always on the feed. I'm always on the feed. What was I saying? I'm always on the feed. Um, so when it comes to humiliation rituals, um, this stuff is done by people who want to break your spirit. So they just want to stop you by making you feel bad about yourself. That's really why these things are done. You can avoid the humiliation ritual if you feel in your spirit that somebody's trying to do a humiliation ritual on you and you avoid it. Or you can just humiliate the humiliation ritual. Like for me, I like it's really hard for me to explain certain things because it really just depends on how advanced you are spiritually speaking. Um the reason why I say that it depends on how advanced you are spiritually speaking is because for me, I can usually tell if somebody's getting ready to humiliate me. I can feel the vibe. I can feel the energy 2 to 3 days before it happens. I can feel it and I can get out of it immediately. I will deny the invitation because my spirit will tell me not to go. Like, for example, there was a young lady that I met and she seemed pretty cool. And we were always supposed to hang out, but it just never happened for some reason. And then she would say, "Oh, I can't hang out because it's like I'm like out of town or something like that." And then she would post, and I noticed that she was in town. She was in town and she was going out, but she kept telling me that she wasn't. But I guess she forgot that I was on there, and she would post and she was going out and she was in town, which is fine. Like, it is what it is. It's fine. And out of the blue, like randomly, and I'm one of those people where I don't do random pop-ups with people. Like, if I haven't heard from you in months or years and you just randomly hit my line, you're getting ignored because it's like I'm very like this. Like, it's like I haven't spoken to you in years. Now all of a sudden you want to go and get drinks. Like, where is this coming from? Like, this is very weird. I'm because I've learned that I have to protect myself, especially somebody who's growing online. People are watching you. People from my past who dogged me out are seeing me online and seeing if there's still an opportunity for them to re-enter. So I'm very protective of myself and I'm very protective of my peace and I'm very protective of who gets to get in my space. I'm very protective of that. So this woman she texted me like out of the blue, "Hey, let's go out Saturday night, 6 p.m. It's gonna be," and then she starts naming these names of people who are gonna be there, and I'm like, okay, that's a lot. Um, just and I just didn't really respond to it. I was like, I'll let you know, and I just never let her know because that's just really weird to me. And I'm one of those people where if I'm gonna hang out with somebody for the first time, I rather hang out with you alone for the first time so I can get to know you. I don't like when people invite me to hang out with them and 8 other people. That's just way too many energies for me personally. Um, I like to pick my friends and I like to pick the women that are around me. I like to pick my associates. I don't do groups because I may like you, but I don't like them. And now I'm stuck on a table having dinner with 3 people that I don't mesh well with. And it's just, you get to an age where that's just not the vibe. Like, if I'm getting up and I'm getting dressed and I'm going out, it's because I want to have a good time and I want to hang out with you. I don't know them. I've never met them. I don't know if they're my type of vibe. So I'm not going to force myself to do that, if that makes sense. So, um, Yeah, that's my vibe with that. And that's another thing that a lot of women do that I don't like. If me and you are scheduled to hang out, like I'm an introverted person, don't bring nobody else. Don't bring some random chick over, at the dinner table. Who is she? I don't know her. I don't like that. I feel like if we're scheduled to hang out, we're scheduled to hang out. And if you are going to bring somebody, you need to let me know beforehand because I don't mesh myself with everybody. I don't mesh myself with everybody. So you need to let me know. And if you don't, and somebody randomly starts pulling up, I'm leaving because I didn't sign up for that. Because as you get older, it's like you don't mesh with everybody, and that's okay. We're not gonna mesh with everyone. Like that's an imaginary world. But what I learned, especially when you're growing spiritually, you pick and choose who you mesh with. So it's like, no, not you pick and choose. You pick and choose who you decide to give entryway to your proximity when it comes to like dinner and stuff. I don't like that. I tell people, I don't hang out in groups. I don't do none of that. Nope. I have like singular associates where it's like me and them and we just go out one on one, like just me and them, me and another person, just the two. I don't do big 8, 9 groups of girls. No, I don't hang out that way. That's not fitting for me. Um, and there's nothing wrong with that. I just don't. That's not my vibe. That's not my style. I don't do big groups, a long table full of women. No. Mm-mm. I don't know them. I don't know if I'm gonna mesh with them. It's just they're weird. Like I just no, I don't do that. When someone asks you, "Are you in school?" or "What do you do for work?" or if you're married, how do you respond without being rude? You just tell them. You just say, "I do this for work. I work in so and so industry." No, I'm not married. You just tell them. Or yes, I am married, whatever. I agree. Move in silence is better because you get less resistance, but we all be wanting to share our good news with people. Yeah, you just have to be discerning. I keep my circle this small, like this, because it's like I only want solid people around me who genuinely like me. No fake men, no fake chicks. I don't want any of that in my life. The people that I have around me, they're solid. They like me. They have my back. God forbid if something happens to me, they will be there for me and there's no funny business and they're always happy for me and it's genuine. I don't have fake women around me and I don't have fake men around me. I'm very discerning. I pick my relationships very well. I pick my relationships well because your relationships, these people are here to water you the same way you water them. They're here to push you forward the way that you push them forward. It's even. It should be an even exchange. Where if we go to an event, you get up and leave, we're all leaving because I ride for you on that level. So those are the only type of relationships I entertain. I know a lot of people do these fake friendships. I don't have the time for that. I'm way too busy. It's either we like each other or we don't. If we don't like each other, you go your way and I'll go my way. We can leave it at that. Because there's no benefit in surface level fake relationships. I absolutely love your lipstick color. Oh, you do? Thank you. You want to know the name of it? So it's NYX Duck Plump. I think it's just red. NYX Duck Plump. I think you can get it on Amazon. When someone asks you, are okay, I answered that already. My ex said that, but he was nasty. The peace, mind you, I understand how much. Okay, protecting your peace. Absolutely, I agree. No slacking when it comes to peace. Protection is absolutely non-negotiable, especially as a black woman. Exactly. And then you also have to understand that you also have to understand this. Um, like spoke about in my video earlier, did anybody by show of hand, not, I know you guys can't show your hands, but you can just comment. Did anybody see the video that I posted today about why your light irritates their demons? Did anybody see that video today? So basically, what I spoke about in that video is what I'm going to speak about in the class. For those of you guys on TikTok, I forgot to post it. I have to post it today. I have a class that is coming up this Sunday at 7. Okay. And that class is respect and boundaries. And the next Sunday, it's defeat Jezebel and Leviathan. Now, when it comes to my classes, I'm very intentional with the classes that I have. And I literally had somebody comment and tell me, raise your prices on your classes. I don't feel the need to do that because I purposefully make my classes affordable because I'm here for the betterment of all people. Some people, their classes are $1,000 to attend. I think that's ridiculous. I think if you're genuinely trying to help people, you will make your prices affordable. That's just it. I guess everybody has a different soul. For me, I know a lot of the work that I do, it goes back to kingdom work, which is like God's place in heaven. I try to help souls. That's my goal. So my intentions behind what I do, and it's not me selling myself cheap. That's not it. But my intentions behind what I do is I want to be able to help people. And I don't feel like if somebody is dealing with narcissistic people, abusive people, toxic people, and they're run down and they're not in a financial place to pay $1,000 for a class, I would never charge that. I think that's crazy. That's why my classes are just $55. I think that's a very good price. Like $55, like that's nothing. And you'll be able to be on there for 2 or 3 hours and get the knowledge that you need to protect yourself. So that's why I'm always going to be this way. It doesn't matter where I get to in life, it doesn't matter how successful I become. I'm always going to make things affordable for people because I know not everybody's in the same financial place. And this is kingdom work. This isn't work for me. This is kingdom work for the masses and to help them get somewhere. So I want whether somebody's a doctor or a lawyer or a rapper or somebody who just works at Publix to still all have the ability to have entry into my classes because I want everybody to get the help, not just a particular niche. So the title of this live is Ascend Quietly and Privately and Stay the Course. So make sure you guys sign up for the classes. The one this week is Respect and Boundaries on Sunday, and then on next Sunday is Defeat Jezebel and Leviathan. And you can do the bundle, you can do both classes, and every time I group a class together, like the topics that I choose, they have to intertwine. So the reason why I put respect and boundaries first is because you have to have respect and boundaries in order to not be a prey of low level entities like Jezebel and Leviathan. Jezebel and Leviathan likes people who have open spirits so that they can just come in. So when you have respect and boundaries, you become a harder target for those type of entities because they cannot manipulate their way in. So make sure you guys sign up for the class. The first one is on Sunday. It's Respect and Boundaries Part 2. There was a Part 1 that I did last October. That one did really well. So this is going to be Part 2. They feel entitled to pretty people's time and energy. Notice how they don't bother unattractive people. Why do they do that? When someone, okay, I answered that. Hey, I will not be spilling tea this time. Here to listen. A lady was standing close to me in line and tried to lean into me. I moved forward and she moved close again. I'm like, if you don't move, this is so true, especially at the gym. Weirdos stalk you more when you focus on yourself. I believe the cause is way deeper, a spiritual reason why women are targeted because women are portals to the divine. So she threatens the demonic system by shattering it. I agree. I agree with that. Yeah, it's definitely the aura. I've been like thinking of other major ways that I can protect my aura as much as possible because it's like some days, like I'm one of those people where I can go days without like having verbal communication with anybody. I don't know if that's like weird, but I can go days without talking to people, like days. And then my parents and my family will reach out and they're like, "Are you like okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." They're like, "We haven't heard from you in like days." I'm like, I'm just one of those people where I like stillness. I don't have to constantly be interacting with people. That's very draining to me. So I can't do that. As a man, you have helped me so much on my healing journey. Thank you. I'm so happy I could be a part of that. Thank you. Yeah, I always tell women, be firm. You don't have to be rude. You don't have to be rude. If people are approaching you, if men are approaching you, clearly you're radiating strong feminine energy, your aura. I always tell women because you're a portal, the more you pray, the more you do your affirmations, the more you meditate, the more you visualize, the more you glamour yourself. When you go out, people are going to want to stand next to you. Like it comes with the territory. So I always tell women don't do glamour if you don't know how to be firm without being rude, of course. You don't have to be rude to be firm. The days of respect has left every individual. How to deal with jealous and envious women in a corporate workplace. Oh my God. Um, you can just like go to work and do your job and stay focused, but knowing how most women operate, they're gonna still bother you. I always tell women just, if you're working in a staff and the industry that you work in is full of women, they're going to bother you. That's just how it's going to be. Um, that's just how it's going to be. And, soon the hive is going to start, and they're going to start teaming up and team tagging. And, you just have to, you know, just pick where you work wisely. I always tell women do your research before you go to a workplace. Look at the setting, look at the layout. You immediately subscribed on YouTube. Thank you. I am on YouTube, everybody on TikTok, in case you guys didn't know. I'm also on YouTube. I binge watch your videos at work. Aw, I'm happy you like them. Thank you for the support. Yes. So if it's jealous women in the workplace, I always tell women if it's jealous women in the workplace, you need to find another job because they're not going to leave you alone. They're not gonna leave you alone. So you're gonna have to look for another place to work and try to work for something smaller. I always tell you ladies, work for something a little bit smaller. Like try to find a place where the owner, it's like a mom and pop. It's still corporate, but it's like a mom and pop. It's a small office, maybe you and like two other workers, and they're like men, older men, and you'll have a good time. Because working in offices full of women, they just go in there to find women to bully. So it's too much. It's too in my past when I've worked certain jobs and it was full of women, it's like they wanted to attach themselves to me. And I'm a very independent, introverted spirit, meaning I like to be left alone. So they would take that personally, and it's like it's not personal. I just like to be left alone as much as possible, especially when I'm working. So it just got to the point where I would have to shut my office door, close the lights, and buy a mini lamp and hide so that they would always think I was working from home, even though I wasn't working from home. I was in my office. I just shut off all the lights because I didn't want them coming in there to bother me and talk and have conversation. So I would just close all the lights and get those small mini lamp lights from Walmart. And I put it on my desk and I just put it on my screen and I would work like that. And nobody would know I was in my office because I don't like being bothered. And It's just one of those things again where I said, where I think if you're a woman who's a triple threat, many women just want to be friends with you. It's just like men. They want to be friends with you. They want to talk to you. They want to get to know you. And it's like for some of us, we're just not into that. So it's like I would have to hide in my office to avoid conversations. Mixed race male here. I experience everything that you've talked about. Oh no. I hope the videos are helping you. How to better protect your energy when you're around envious, competitive women who micro focus on your appearance. Are these women at your job? If they're at your job, then you don't really, I guess you can like keep your distance. But if it's in your daily life, I don't recommend hanging out with women who are envious of you. How do you handle rejection in the face of seeking improvement? Like just trying new things which entail possibly public losses. You will always lose in life. You will lose more than you win. But every time you lose, you learn. Every loss is a learning lesson. So, based on that question, it sounds like you're worried about the public because you said you're worried about public losses. None of this is real. None of the people around you are real. We're all spirits in a human body. None of this is real. None of this is real. This is all an experience. So the people that you're worried about losing in front of are not even real. Things are only real if you make them real. Fear is an illusion. Fear is not real. So what you're worried about, it's not real. You're making it real by giving it attention and speaking it out and leaving it in your psyche, but it's not real. You lose publicly, so what? It's all an illusion. I could literally get up at 2 in the morning and go walk in a forest in the dark by myself and not feel any fear or scared or anything. I've just nothing. I don't believe in fear. I think fear is fake. And I think fear just destroys progress. Fear should actually excite you. You should always do what you're afraid to do. It's exciting to do things that are scary. Or I think doing things that are scary is exciting. It just gives you a thrill because it can get a little bit boring in the 3D. So it's nice to do things that give you a thrill because the 3D gets very boring. 3D gets mad boring. So, you guys have any questions? I've frequented the same Panera twice this week. Mind you, the cafe was full of people. The same employees kept staring at me the minute I walked in and the minute we left. Just Uber Eats. Any tips on how to get a remote gig? Indeed. You have a great social IQ, and I definitely picked up a lot of info in regards to how women navigate life. And it's making my conversations with women that much more intriguing. Yeah, I mean, um women are not really hard to understand. You just have to pay attention to the data that you've collected on women from the time you were able to understand to date. So, for example, like online, there's a lot going on online right now where, a lot of people, I'm sure we all know them, are like going back and forth. And when I'm watching it, remember, I'm not commenting on anything. I didn't comment on anyone's video. I'm on no one's side. I don't really involve myself with that kind of stuff. But when I saw it all going on, I'm like, this is what happens in the community of women. This just eventually they just start tearing each other apart. That's just how it is. The person that is starting to get traction, they have to reel you back. Like that's just how it is. So you'll get love, you'll be liked today and hated tomorrow. So you can't really allow that to shake you in any way. I saw it online, I see all the back and forth, and I'm like, why doesn't people just like post what they need to post and just that's it? Like why does it have to be so much drama attached to it? Just post what you need to post and that's it. And just get off, you know? How do you recommend to handle dating if you like someone and trying to connect by mirroring their energy? Why do you want to mirror somebody's energy? You don't want to mirror anybody's energy. You want to be in your own energy and see how your energy and the other person's energy aligns. You don't want to mirror people. How do you show even? I don't know what that means. Hi, Queen. I love your channel. Thank you, Hannah. I have a super jealous manager and she hates me. I keep telling you guys about having women as your managers, especially if you're smart and vibrant. I already told you guys about that. And that's not me being a misogynist or sexist. It's just the way that women navigate through life. It just never works. If you are smart, intelligent, attractive, or all three, they're going to give you a hard time. Okay. I stopped. The last time I had a woman as my manager was probably 2 years ago and even a year ago. And it was my mistake, of course, because I thought, okay, maybe this time will be different. But prior to that, I only had men. It was like 5, 6 years where I only had men as my managers and I never had a hard time. It's just the minute you get a woman as your manager, it's not going to last long. And the reason why it doesn't last long is because of the way women manage. Women are communal. So they don't care about your work ethic. They care about the way you make them feel. Men will more tolerate if they don't like the way you make them feel, they'll still tolerate you if you work well. That's why you'll notice certain people in the workplace, if it's a male manager, you're like, oh my God, why does he still have this woman working here? Her attitude is stank. Well, she works well. So for men, it's like, I need to keep this business running. So as long as you work well with men, usually your job is stable as a woman. When it comes to when you're working with women, when you have a woman as your manager, women don't manage, most women, I have to say most women for the mentally dwarfed people, we're going to say, oh, it's not all women, it's not all women, it's not all. Clearly, ma'am, that's obvious. That's obvious. But I still have to make these statements, and it sucks that I have to. But usually, if you're working for women, the way that they hire and the way that they lead is in a very immature like state where they are not promoting you based on how you work. It's always personal with them. It's how you make them feel. Did you go out and get drunk with me last night? It's always about personal stuff. So for me and my histories and working in corporate, I'm a very serious person. I want to come in, I'm going to do my job. It's going to be flawless work. I'm going to do my job, turn in my stuff on time, have my lunch, clock in, clock out. Hi, okay, good night guys, have a good weekend. That's it. When I work with men, that works. When I work with women, they always want more. That's why I just can't do it. I just can't do it. So, let's see here. Uh, One second, you guys. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I didn't know I was muted. Yeah. So if you're on a woman and you're on your hustle and grind and you're just trying to do your thing, working with women will be a challenge because they want this closeness, and it's very weird because this is work. Why do you need closeness from me? It's very weird. So you just have to think about that. Same if, oh wow, what happened here? What? Where was I? I'm sorry, you guys. I gotta get back to the last. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. All right, you guys. I'm trying to go through your questions. You guys, please, you can put your questions in the chat. What does the glare people who are ascended mean? Jealousy. What do you do when workers ignore your input and undermine your work? You got to find another place to work for it. They don't value you. My manager, my aunt who never visits us, got mad that I have her little info on when I'm finishing school. Don't tell your aunts and uncles your business, please. I just got accepted into a program. Great. And asked to be assigned to the best ranked of three organizations. My supervisor agreed, but now two women secretaries are trying to slow it. They're always going to try to stop things. It's sad that in the community of women, women are each other's worst enemies. They will always try and stop whatever good thing that you got going for you. They're always going to try to get in the way of it. Always. That's why you have to be so private and don't let them know anything that you're getting ready to do because they will try and put stop to it. And I can tell you because I've been through it. So, how come I worked with Houston's biggest makeup artist? Said she would post the content on her end, but she hasn't. She's not going to. When at work, how to handle people that expect you to do everything, but when they don't do extra work, it's no problem for them because you have already showed them that you are going to pick up the extra load. So remember, people are creatures of habit. So if you show your coworkers, "Hey, I'll do the extra stuff, give me the extra work," they are going to, take advantage of that. So for me, I don't do any extra work. I do what I'm supposed to do and that's it. And don't ask me to do your work because I'm not doing it. So it's like you have to have those type of boundaries to not overdo it. I tell people at work, do what you're supposed to do and go home. Don't do extra. You suggested that I get a remote job. Oh, good. It's been good for 3 months. Good. I'm so happy for you. Exoticals United just responded to another channel for shading her. Oh, I like Exoticals United channel. Her channel's pretty cool. I like her like glamour, like kind of take care of yourself videos. She's cool. I think she has a lot of interesting talking points. Like I think that with Exoticals United, I think with her work, I think I like women who are smart. So I can tell just when I listen to her content, I could tell she does extensive research on these topics. Like some of the terms that she uses, I'm like, oh my God, like what does that even mean? Like she really gets me to thinking. And I respect smart women. I respect women who put in the work. I respect women who, want to be the best, who put their all into their craft. So when I remember the first time I heard her channel, which was months ago, I'm like, whoa, this chick knows what she's talking about. Like these terms, I've never heard this terminology. Like what? Like I would start hearing the terms that she's uses, and I'm like, dang girl, like you really know what you're talking about. I like this. So every time I go on her videos, I learn something new. I think she's cool. I like her. Props to her. So she responded to a channel for shading her. Well, I mean, again, it's just that's just how it is. When you're an online person, people will go online, they'll shade you, they'll replicate you. Whatever they have to do, it's just best to not um feed into it, is what I like to say. Don't feed into it. What makes a male not like a female? Anything. Men, all men are different. When you don't want someone in your business, how do you decline without them getting mad? I don't care if they get mad. I share what I want to share. And if I don't want to share it and it makes you upset, that means that you were going to do something negative with the information. Mel, do you ever experience double-mindedness? What do you mean by double-mindedness? Like not being able to make a decision? I just got accepted in, okay, wait, I read that. That's why I stuck with accounting and not nursing. Oh no, nursing is it's too many women in that field. There's a lot of bullying in that field. I got this friend who will block everyone and anyone if she knows they're right and gets upset, then go behind your back and try to talk down on you. Okay, she's a narcissist, that's all. What to do when your coworkers ignore your input in the work environment? Even better, because who the hell wants to talk about work or how to make things better? Not your problem. Even better, less work for you. Less work for you. Let them handle it. One less thing for you to worry about. Honey, keep me out the meeting because I don't give a damn. I just want to get my check and go home. I do not want to be a part of no decision making, especially if it doesn't affect me negatively. I don't give a damn. They can handle that. I don't care. I don't even want to be on those meetings. I don't care. I just want to do my job and go home. So better for you. If they don't include you, better for you. One less thing to worry about. It's sad when they have families there focused on someone that does not have anything. People get too weird when they get proximity. Yes, it's more of a family-like environment. How would you recommend honoring that aspect of being able to not interact with people for long periods of time? I feel like it may be an issue for the people around me. I just tell them like I thrive and peace, quiet, and stillness. That is how I thrive. That is how I ascend. That's how I feel my best. That's how I feel my happiest. It's not personal. I'm just one of those people where I cannot be around, uh, people for long periods of time. Like that's just how I am. It's not anything bad. I would just tell them that we're all different. This is how I feel my happiest. I feel my happiest like this. I feel my happiest like this. Like, I remember when I was in ow. I remember when I was in, pre-K and I would play in the playpen by myself. The teachers would complain to my parents and say, "Mel's not playing with anybody," and then my parents would ask me, and I would say, "'Cause I don't want to. It's intentional. I want to play in the playpen alone. It's intentional." So, again, it's what works for you. If that's what makes you happy, if they love you, they're gonna respect it. Hey Mel, can I have some advice? I just got accepted into a program and asked to be assigned to one of three approved managed organizations. My supervisor agreed, but now two secretaries are trying to slow it down. Is your manager a man? Is he cool? Is he understanding? Because in the past, when I would have women at work trying to mess with me, I would tell my manager and he would handle it. And I would tell him exactly what they were doing and he would handle it. So, what's your relationship like with him? What book? I don't have a book. Hey Mel, could I have some advice? Okay, wait, I did this. Do you immediately cut friends off if they disrespect you in any way? It depends on what they did. It depends on what they did. The more a woman ascends and the more a woman grows in life, and the more you become more confident, you become more spiritual, you become more aligned with God, you learn yourself more, you become more confident. It's going to be harder to maintain friends, ladies. It's going to be harder to maintain friends. That's just what it is. So do I cut off a friend immediately after they disrespect me? I haven't really been disrespected by an associate or anything like that. So I don't really I haven't had that happen in a while, and I think that, again, when it comes to friendships, there will be disagreement, but if it's 2 women that care about each other, there's a level of respect there. So when I see these videos of, like, 2 friends yelling at each other, screaming at each other, cursing at each other, getting physical, I'm like, "You were never friends." Because when you're friends with someone, there's a level of respect that you're supposed to have for that person. I don't put hands on my friends. I don't curse my friends out. I don't do that. If I had friends, close friends, I'm not gonna curse you out. There needs to be a level of respect there. You can have disagreements, and even if you disagree, it has to be a respectful disagreement. Once you start calling me a bitch and acting crazy, I'm never dealing with you again because you're disrespectful. So I think with women, there needs to be you and your friend, there needs to be a common respect for one another. And if that's not there, then the friendship is not going to work. And many women have to understand that concept if you want the friendship to work. You got to respect each other. Do you ever feel you're oversharing by making videos? No. Oversharing, giving monitoring spirits ammunition. Nothing that can harm me or stop me in any way, anybody online is going to know. So no, I don't feel that way. Do you have know how to deal with monitoring spirits? You can deal with monitoring spirits by just not anything that's important should not be spoken about or posted about. And if you have a feeling that somebody close to you is a monitoring spirit, just cut them off. Yes, crazy life, you can ask your question. I have a family member who has a spending addiction and is trying to manipulate family out of their inheritance. Do you think that could be Jezebel? Yes. People with the Jezebel spirit always think that they're entitled to what people have. No, sand. I'm very introverted. I'm my favorite person to hang out with. I keep myself busy. I'm trying to like get into like art more. Like I don't know. It's like this year is going to be different. The next 6 months of this year is going to be different. It's like the more I grow spiritually, the less and less I want to be around too many people. Like I just want to like focus myself and ground myself. I told myself this year I'm going to study the Bible at a deeper level. Like I want to like notate everything. Like I want to know the Bible like the back of my hand, and I want to know the word, and I'm trying to get closer to God. I'm trying to assess my life and find out what do I need to remove, what's holding me back. I'm trying to ground myself in my power as much as I can and work on my time and then get into art, whether that's drawing, painting, pottery, animals. Like, I just want to connect myself with nature and just less time online and less time, like, just doing a lot of back and forth with people. I'm gonna grab a pickle. I'm like a pickle. I love pickles. So can you guys give me a second, please? I'm gonna chop up a pickle with some hot sauce because I'm feeling hungry. Crap. I'll be right back, you guys. I'm gonna do a pickle with some hot sauce because I'm like really hungry for a snack. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. I just had to grab a quick snack. Okay. Alrighty. So, does anybody okay, wait. So, no sand. Wait, TikTok, am I still here? Can somebody say if I'm still like is TikTok working? Okay. So, I have these pickles here that are so yummy. They are like spicy pickles, and I have like a cute little platter here. I put like hummus, um, celery sticks, carrot sticks, and some hot sauce. And I love pickles. And this pickle in particular, it's a spicy pickle. Been marinated in peppers. I'm an island girl, so I eat spicy food all day. Like it's so bad. I like can go through a bottle of hot sauce a week. Like I have to have hot sauce on everything. I put hot sauce on my meat, my salads. I put hot sauce in my soup, on my sandwiches. Like I have to have hot sauce with everything. Okay. I love my own company too. Psych. Yeah, I like my own company. I like my own company too. Like I can't be around like people for long periods of time. I just can't. Hi, Just Maya J. Oh my God, make sure you guys in the comment section on TikTok, make sure you guys follow Just Maya J. She has a really cool YouTube channel you guys can follow. Her content's very good. Like the same voiceover style. I think you guys will like her content. I wouldn't even consider myself particularly attractive, and a lot of what you say resonates with me. Even very beautiful women have displayed attributes of being threatened and jealous. Well, people are threatened and jealous of different things. It doesn't have to be looks. It could be some people could be threatened and jealous because you're happy, or threatened and jealous because you're confident or you work well. It could be anything. Outfit is cute. Thank you. It's just a cardigan. I'm literally just wearing a cardigan, a t-shirt, and like sweatpants. All my classes are affordable. I see some class prices and I'm like, well, like everybody has the right to, put their prices, but I see some prices and I'm like, how is the average American gonna afford this? Like that's not like I don't know. All my classes are affordable. Sorry, Mel, my manager is a woman. The two admins are trying to slow down approval of the second manager at the other office, at the other organization, to force me to go to the other organization. Well, you need to talk to him. Is it a guy? Do you guys have a good relationship? You need to tell him what's happening. Of course, just be yourself. Thank you so much for being here and enjoy reading the Bible with your wife. That's the best. The Jezebel course is next week. So I always recommend the bundle, of course. This week, This Sunday is Respect and Boundaries Part 2, because you can't defeat Jezebel and Leviathan if you don't have respect and boundaries. And you're not going to have respect and boundaries if you don't respect yourself. So when you respect yourself, you go through the life differently. So the respect and boundaries is this Sunday, the 22nd. Defeat Jezebel is next Sunday. Why do people who go to extensive measures to keep tabs on you and emulate you simultaneously expect you to admire them or view them as a peer competition? Because people are delusional. What? Love the nails, no longer red, so you won't trigger no demons. Red nails triggers demons? Well, that's the first time I heard that. I didn't know red nails trigger demons. I thought red nails were just sexy. Grow some cucumbers. I'm gonna try to do that. I'm gonna try to have my own stuff in the yard. And that's what it is. Like, it's like life becomes exciting when you start to work on yourself on a deep level, and you're not allowing people to get you off course. I think the problem with a lot of women is they allow women to bully them, and they allow men to get them off course. Stay the course. What are you doing? What do you need to do? Whatever you need to do, you need to focus on that. I don't care what people are saying. They have a mouth, they're going to talk. I don't care what men are saying. I don't care what women are saying. You are a person. People are going to have an opinion on you. That's not the point. What matters is, what do you need to do? What do you need to accomplish? That's your focus. If you are a woman doing something, women are going to bully you. Expect it. Stop being scared of it, because they're going to do it. They're going to find ways to do it. Men will find ways to do it. But as long as you're solid and consistent in your goals and what you're doing, that's what matters. They're going to do it. Women are going to come for you unprovoked. They're going to try to attack you unprovoked. Just the other day, I went to the store. I went to TJ Maxx to grab a couple of things that I needed, because I was going out to have dinner with not really a friend. I wouldn't call friend, but like an associate. And we were going to have dinner. And I went to the store, and then I was going to be late for my nail appointment. So I told the lady, hey, I'm going to be back in an hour. Can I hold these pieces of clothing behind the desk at the checkout line? And she said, how do you navigate making friends at church? I don't make friends at church, babe. I don't go to church for stuff like that. I'm sorry. I don't go to church to make friends. I don't make friends with people at church. Not saying that you can't, but again, it depends on the type of church, the type of people. Are they trustworthy? Are they kind? Are they genuine? Are they really after the heart of God? Are they good people? Because church people are really freaking nosy, and I don't like people in my business. So that's why I don't really do the friend thing with people at church, because they so do you talk and fellowship after church? No. I'm usually outside in the I'm usually in the parking lot the minute they start collecting offering. I do not stay after church and mingle. No, I don't. The minute they do offering, I'm already halfway out the door. I'm already on the 95 by the time they get to that part. I don't mingle after church. No, I don't. I do not mingle after service, child. Nope. By the time that bucket starts to go around, I put my money in the bucket, grab my purse, and I'm at the parking lot. And I usually get to the parking lot early because I don't want to deal with the traffic lines. So, and I don't mingle after church. And the reason why, it also goes back to being a beautiful woman. When you're an attractive woman in church settings, you're Jezebel. So it's like people are just very weird towards you, and like a woman will be nasty to you because her husband looked at you as you walked to the bathroom, or her husband looked at you during the prayer session. It's just too much BS. I don't stay. I just go and I leave. It's too much. Like, if you take care of yourself in religious settings, they're gonna always call you Jezebel. Why is a beautiful woman associated with Jezebel? Watch my video, Beautiful Women Are Jezebel, and you'll that'll answer your question. Here's why. I'll answer it briefly. When you read the book of Kings, which is where Jezebel is located, I'll have to reread it again. Forgive me if I'm wrong. But Jezebel is considered a woman who would destroy systems, and she was very controlling. I didn't see anything in the Bible that was describing the way Jezebel looked. Let me Google this because I don't want to give incorrect information. Let me Google this. Jezebel in the Bible characteristics. Let me see. What are the characteristics here? Okay, so Jezebel. Okay, you see, this is what you see this. Y'all, when I do Children of the Light is going to shake the world because I tell people all the time, I am not a conventional Christian. I see past a lot of the narratives made up in those environments. The whole you're a Jezebel, that was created and indoctrinated in the church to make beautiful women feel shame for their beauty and their feminine energy. So if you're a woman and you draw in a lot of attention, you're confident, you like yourself, you're beautiful, you look good. Even these nails will get you called a Jezebel because they feel like by you pampering yourself, you're sexualizing yourself when you're really not. You're just taking care of yourself. So that's why I made that video called Beautiful Women Are Jezebel, because a lot of times, 9 times out of a 10, a beautiful woman in a church will be labeled Jezebel. And the reason they have to label you that negative label is because the husbands and the men and all the men in there are looking at you because you're attractive. So they have to villainize you for being attractive. They have to make you a villain. So that's where the Jezebel comes from. And then I remember there was a time I was like, I was asking God, I'm like, God, why do they always call beautiful, confident women Jezebel? Because the Bible doesn't talk about the way Jezebel looked. They talked about the fact that she was controlling, she was manipulative, she went after God's prophets. She was deceptive. She was very, in her enchantments. But the Bible doesn't say, oh, Jezebel was sexy, or Jezebel wore provocative clothing, or Jezebel wore a lot of makeup. I didn't see that there. So I'm just trying to figure out where that came from. I think it's a way to just manipulate you out of taking care of yourself as a woman. And I see past that, which is why I say I don't stay after service. I don't stay after service because it's just at least my experience in the church the last couple of years, it was always very, very negative. I would get treated like trash in there. I'll get treated like trash in there. Okay, Jezebel. Okay, so you said 2 Kings 9, verse 30. Then Jehu went to Jezreel. When Jezebel heard about it, she put on eye makeup, arranged her hair, and looked out of the window. Okay, so she took care of herself. She put on makeup. So I wear makeup. Am I Jezebel? I fixed my hair today. Am I Jezebel? Again, it's all manipulation. It's all manipulation, and I see right past it. Jezebel was a controlling woman. Jezebel is a narcissistic, sociopathic woman that has a desire to control everybody and everything around her. That is Jezebel. It has nothing to do with makeup and hair. We need to stop doing that. We need to stop looking at women who pamper themselves and try to villainize them for that because it makes you feel uncomfortable. Okay. Now let's look at some of Jezebel's characteristics. We'll talk about this in the class, but What do they say here about her? So she's persuasive, so she's manipulative. She worships false idols. She persecutes God's prophets. So the women that you see team up to attack a powerful woman, they are the Jezebels. She's manipulative and she's cruel, meaning she's mean, right? Jezebel, many women are possessed by Jezebel. That's why they're so mean to one another. It's that Jezebel spirit. Unrepentant, meaning she doesn't feel bad for what she does. She doesn't have a conscience. So she does evil things to people and she doesn't feel anything about it. She doesn't care. Okay. Emotional intensity. So she was rage, threats. So she's violent. Remember, I told you guys the Jezebel spirit is violent and she likes leadership positions. She likes to be in a position of power so she can control people. Okay. I'm giving Lilith in the closet. What's Lilith in the closet? What does Lilith in the closet mean? What does that mean? Solitude is where it's at. The salads. You're giving demon. What are you guys talking about? What's Lilith in the I've heard of the word Lilith. It was never in the Bible, so I don't know too much about it. Lilith isn't a good thing. I don't know anything about it. Can somebody explain to me what it is? Yeah, standing in the sun does wonders. I love being in the sun. And that's the thing. Whenever people hear the word Jezebel, they think about like, okay, a woman who is hypersexual, dressing very provocative, super high heels, red lips, red nails. That's not really Jezebel is somebody who's controlling. It's a woman who manipulates women out of the workplace, who spreads lies to get a woman fired. That's the Jezebel spirit. I don't really know where a woman taking care of herself is related to Jezebel. I don't know. Oh, I'm giving woman of the night. Okay. That's what she means. I'm giving Lilith in the closet. Well, if that's how you feel, I can't change your perception of me. Your perception of me doesn't matter, but if that's how you feel, that's fine. Are you a Christian? Yes, I am. Me tuning in as she says, I just want to connect with nature. Yes, nature is the best. It's honestly the best to be connected with nature. Hi, Mel. I know you mentioned women can be bullies, but I have noticed that men can be bullies towards me too. It's like they're in competition. Lilith is a fallen angel. Both men and women can be competitive. If a man is competing with you, then you just gotta separate yourself, especially if it's romantically. I love my solitude. Me too. I just like to just not have to like keep interacting with people. Like that's very draining to me. So I like to like have the freedom to not keep interacting. Yeah, this woman said I'm it's giving Lilith in the closet. I don't know what that means. And that's also what I don't like. I don't like when men or women try to push their perceptions on you. Like the thing with a lot of women is whatever they perceive you, that's what they want you to believe. I can't I can't control your perception of me. I can only be myself and that's it. Whatever you perceive of me, if you think I'm a girl of the night, if you think I'm a witch, if you think I don't care what you think because it doesn't matter to me. And that's just what it is. And many women need to get to that point. The same way you decenter men, you need to start decentering women too, and their opinions and their bullying. There's a lot of stuff on women need to decenter men. Women need to decenter women too, and not allow their bullying and their tactics and their antics to move you in any way. Decenter them as well. They also need to be decentered. Okay. Um Hey, do you get gazed at often, like anytime you're in public? Yes. Sorry, the super okay, I've answered that so many times. Sorry, the supervisor is a woman, the two admins are women. They are trying not to approve the second manager at the other organization to force me to go to the other. Well, I already told you about that. How do you protect your light as a soft feminine woman? Don't interact with people too much. Interact with people that you feel like are quality. Don't interact with people too much. How to protect okay, I answer that. Hey, Mel, thank you for your message and hard work. Thank you. Advice for surviving retail. I recently applied for a different position. I needed my manager's approval in order to apply. I mentioned the new role to my manager. He is a man and he sabotaged it. Well, time to find another job. You guys need to learn how to think fast and react fast. Like the minute somebody, a manager or supervisor, is showing you that they're not fond of you, just move on. I thrive in peace, quiet, stillness. Yes, me too. Peace and quiet, peace and quiet. Yeah, that woman on here, she came on here and said that I'm giving Lilith in the closet. And the reason why she feels that way, it goes right back to what I say about society. When a woman is into her sensuality and she's into her feminine essence and she takes care of herself, people always want to label you a HOE. They want to label you a sugar baby. They're trying to label you all these negative things. And it's all rooted at they cannot wrap their head around the fact that you can have sex appeal, you can be attractive, you can be beautiful, and you could be smart. A lot it's the same thing that men do to women do to women too. It's just you can't believe that a woman can be all three. So you have to think that there's a man in my environment teaching me what I know, where I learned what I know from being a sugar baby and all this stuff. What's your opinion on homosexuality? I don't have an opinion on that. Mel, have you ever, as an exotical or light-skinned Black woman, experienced being othered by your own people, like saying you're not Black enough? Yes. I used to be called the Oreo in high school. I already told you guys, I'm a suburban Black girl. I went to high school with a lot of like Jewish and Italian kids. So, and even if they said that I talk white, you talk white is a compliment. It means that I have good diction. It means that my vocabulary is extensive and yours is limited. I talk white means that I pronounce things very well and I'm very well versed in the way that I speak. That is not an insult, it's a compliment. So, I'm telling you, people let people bully them. I don't do that. I've always been unbullyable. Like I don't care. Um, I like the way I speak and it's not changing. And if you think I'm not Black enough, that's fine. What's Black enough? You want me to be on a table yelling like Medea? Sorry, that's not me. Don't have a problem with Medea. She's cool, but that's not me. So I don't even know what Black enough means. What does that mean? I'm a Black woman, an African American woman, living a Black woman's experience, helping all women, Black women, white women, women of all races. And I was in college, my best friends in college were Jewish from Israel. Like, I'm very open. I don't believe in limiting myself to one nationality, one race. Did you ever consider modeling? I was a video girl in college. I don't think I was tall enough or slim enough for modeling, but I did do videos back when I was more in the world. The people are like, "Oh my God, you're a Christian. You did music videos." Calm down. I was 19 and I did it to pay for college. Calm down. It's not that serious. You are the stereotype they're comfortable with. That's what I'm saying. I'm not loud, screaming, and yelling. Give me a second, you guys. Yeah. Sorry about that. I keep getting up. Let me fix my hair. I'm so sorry, you guys. Hold on 1 second. I hate this thing. I need to get a better suited. That's what happens. Like it gets to. All right. One of pickles. Me fix my hair. Hold on, y'all. I do not want my my lace to be showing, child. All righty. Um, what else am I going to be answering? You guys can ask questions, please. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Um, whoa, are these new comments or old comments? Is what I'm trying to figure out. The system has changed on the platform that I use to live stream. It's like mixing you guys' questions up in a way where I can't even go in order. That's what I'm facing right now. You guys can ask questions on TikTok too, please. Am I still on TikTok? Are you guys still listening? Is this still working? Yeah, okay. Um, All right, wait, let me go through this again. You guys, I'm sorry. If you ask a question, just try and ask again. They will always call you fake if you're not jumping on the table. Yeah, I mean, again, the Black woman's experience is interesting because it's like people want, excuse me, people want you to fit that stereotype so badly. And when you don't fit it, it's like, they get bothered by it. Like I always say, I'm a suburban Black girl. I grew up in Florida. Um, and when I went to high school, it was a bunch of Jewish kids. Jewish, Italian, Brazilian, and Jewish, Italian, Brazilian, and Middle Eastern Persian kids. It was a lot of Persian kids. Um, I was in AP classes. Like that's just how it was. Like I don't know. It's like she's a beautiful brown skin, a lighter brown skin like Sanaa Lathan, not light. I'm pretty she don't claim to be light skin either. Light is Rihanna. Yeah, I'll be saying anything. I would consider myself light skinned. I think not light, light. I think there's different shades of light skin. There's like yellow bone, then there's caramel, then there's brown, then there's chocolate. There's different shades, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. I don't get involved in all of that. That doesn't matter. How would you recommend dealing with rude, insecure women at work? For example, coffee shops. Just ignore them. King of kings, some people record too much. Not every personal moment has to be video captured. Why do Black women have to speak one type of way to be valid? There's a lot of limitation in the African American community. They want to limit you to be one way, and you don't have to be one way. You can be whatever way you want. I've had similar comments made to me throughout my life here in a European country. Left my yeah, I've been told I talk like a white valley girl. Yeah, I just like what they did to Mira Mori when she said you sound like a valley girl. I'm like, I sound like a valley girl. I don't care. That's not an offense to me. That's not an offense. Nothing that people can say or do offends me. I don't give people that much power over my life where what they're feeling or saying about me is valid. What solid advice would you give a young Black college girl, myself, who's ambitious about their goals, but sometimes have fear of missing out? You can try to join a sorority if you like. Like I was in one. I'm not going to discourage you from joining it. You may like it. Just make sure you do everything that you want to do. I hate that Black women aren't allowed to be different without being outcasted. Yeah, it happens. I thought you were Caribbean. I'm Caribbean. Yes, I'm Caribbean. I'm Caribbean. I'm not well, I don't know of like Caribbeans are still African Americans, right? I'm Caribbean. So all of my family is from the islands. Not being Black enough and talking white are weird talking points. I don't even know. That's just something that people say um to make you feel um that's just something that people say to make you feel bad about yourself. Oreo meaning Black on the outside, but think like white people on the inside. What's solid advice? Okay, I already answered that. Hi, Mel. Are the past classes recorded? Yes, the past classes are recorded and you can purchase that. This is a Christian channel. Lilith is recognized in Jewish mythology. This is your level up crew. This is a general channel. I'm a Christian myself, but I talk about everything on my channel. Should I have confronted a friend who took a video of us saying silly things? If you don't want to post it. Lilith is the woman who left to do her own thing. Oh, okay. I don't know too much about that story. Lilith is not controlling. She's pure and self-righteous. I don't get that vibe from you. What's a Lilith vibe? I don't really know what that is or what that would be. Um, how would you navigate teaching kids, teens the importance of solitude and guarding yourself? I feel like I was so defiant and naive as a kid and wouldn't listen to warnings. I would just tell them, I would just give them like a straight up, little lesson on the world and people and how people are. Does anybody on TikTok have a question? Old Testament. Okay. Lilith was a demon, similar to Jezebel's spirit. She's dark feminine. Okay. I have a 10-year-old. His dad relationship jumps to single by choice. Okay, for me, can you restate that? I don't really understand the question that you just asked. Can you restate it, please? Um, a lot of women that bully me hide behind electronics. They're ugly, old, busted, and disgusting. Okay. What are your thoughts on the psychology of haters? Are they seeing our success and are jealous? Yes. You look amazing. Thank you. Wow, the jealousy. Yeah, I protect myself from women and men. I protect, especially women. I protect myself from them a lot. So I'm not afraid. I'm not worried. I'm not any of those things. Ugly ass women. What? It's a compliment for those who don't understand energy. Lilith is from Jewish mythology. She has nothing to do with Christianity. I personally believe in Lilith and love the principles she stands for. Jezebel definitely is not based off beauty. She definitely is an entity that strives on everything you said, power and control. But she definitely used makeup to enhance her beauty for seduction. Lilith is assertive and firm on boundaries. The patriarchy spread propaganda to paint her out to be a demon. Okay. She was the uncolonized female demonized for not submitting to Adam. Was Lilith from the Ethiopian Bible? Lilith is from the Old Testament. I don't defy her in my personal belief system, though, but the association with feminism is what I like. Okay. They want you chapped, lipped, and dry. I think a woman will always be ridiculed for taking care of herself and feeling good and being in her feminine essence. So I have been in several churches where I was called a Jezebel. I went to the last church that I went to. Um, the leader there was trying to make claims that I was a Jezebel. Because again, when a woman is likes herself and takes care of herself and is confident in her sexuality and who she is as a woman and who she is as a person, she's going to be demonized and called a Jezebel as a result of that. But I guess I wasn't, understanding of what he was trying to imply because I'm not a controlling person. I'm actually the least controlling person to exist. I let people do what they want. Like, you probably won't even hear from me. I'm not the person that you're going to hear from. You'll hear from me a couple of times a year, but I don't really attach myself to people like that. So, I don't know. He did want me. He did. And it's so weird that you're trying to call me a Jezebel, but you're like secretly watching my stories and my DMs and trying to see if you could, you know, gain some type of entryway. It's all projection. What solid advice would you give a young okay, oh gosh, Nori, you've asked that question so many times, babe. I promise I will try to get there. The average American is plain and questionable. Queen Esther had year-long beauty treatments and she wasn't a Jezebel. Exactly. That apple looks heavy and healthy. Thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot it was still here. Very healthy. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish it because it's so big, but Lilith is the first Eve. Oh, okay. Oh, that's okay. Well, I don't know. I never heard about that. Most so-called Christians I've met in the church were hypocrites. Totally agree that they want you to look nice for church, but not too pretty, or people get weird with you. Yeah, I've been called a Jezebel. I've been kicked off of teams. I've had first ladies get aggressive with me. Been there, done that. I've had first ladies try to jump on me. Been there, done that. Been there, done that. First ladies, yes. Been there, done that. It's so funny. The beautiful young woman that sits in the back of the church and stays away from people is the one that you would claim is a Jezebel. How ironic. The person that doesn't mingle with anybody is a Jezebel. Okay. First lady of the church, yes. Oh my God, the first another story time about the first lady. I've given this story so many times. She tried to come after me. I guess I had to do with her man, who is also a leader of the church. I guess he's like probably been had a history of cheating. And she did what most women do. She took her anger out on me while staying with him. That's why I say a lot of times the world doesn't take women seriously because of the way women operate. He's the one that has the history of cheating. I'm innocent in the whole situation because I'm minding my business, and you're taking it out on me because he looks on me while he's preaching. That has nothing to do with me that he stops mid preaching to look at me. That has nothing to do with me, but she didn't like it. She didn't like it. So it's not my fault, had nothing to do with me, but I when I started to see the scenario, I'm like, "Oh god, this guy is going to like cause a lot of problems because please stop looking at me as you're preaching. Please look at the congregation." And she would notice that, and that's when all the problems started. Nori, why do you keep asking the same question? Nori, Nori, why do you ask the same question like 50 times? Please stop. Nori, please. You don't have to ask the same question 50 times. I will I will get to you. I will get to you. Oh my word. And Nori was like, she's gonna answer my question today. I don't care if I gotta ask it 100 times. Ah man. Okay. You are seen as a temptress. Oh, that lady wanted my head. It was so bad. Like I feel like she was wanting to just jump on me and it took everything in her not to, which is weird because I don't know, it's just weird. Like I think that the psychology behind the way women process information is very scary to what did I do? That you're trying to attack me. It's very weird. It's very weird. So I just stay away. When I go in religious settings, I stay away. And when they tell me, "Oh, do you want to serve on a team?" No, I don't. Do you want to be a part of the worship team? No. Do you want to be a part of the greeting team? No. I just want to come, sit, worship, listen to the word, connect with God, pay my tithes, and get out of here. I don't want to be involved with the group. I don't do groups. I don't do well in groups. I don't want to be a part of anybody's group or team. Thank you, though. Mm, so crazy. It was just I don't know, that story was like, this woman was doing everything in her yeah, she's a effing pick me. Like, she's a pick me. Like, she's a pick me. Like, so what, you gonna beat up every girl your man looks at? Like, child, please. When he's not looking at me, he's looking at the next chick. You're not special. You think that you are, but you're not. How are you considered a Jezebel when you say to yourself, because I'm also a powerful woman and they can sense that. They can sense the spirit that's on you. So they feel like they need to see how they can demonize you. People will try to gaslight you in life. That's why you got to learn how to let people what they say go in one ear and out the other because people are always going to try to demonize you and see how they can make you feel bad about yourself. That's how people are. That's why you have to ignore people. What TJ Maxx story? Oh my God, that is what I was saying. Okay, thank you for reminding me about that. I appreciate that, Supernova. So I went to TJ Maxx because I was going out with an acquaintance that night. We were going to go and have dinner on the beach. And I went to TJ Maxx to buy a couple of clothes and, well, some outfits, some cute pieces. And I had my nail appointment that I was going to be late to. So I told her, I said, "Hi, do you mind keeping these clothes for me behind the counter? I'm going to just run and do my nails right next door. I don't want to be late. Then I'm going to come right back and then I'll purchase the clothes because the line was long." And she looked at me really quick and she did that quick up and down thing. And she said, "Yeah, of course." And then when I came back from my nail appointment, she put all my clothes back. So I had to go through the store all over again to try to remember the pieces I took because she put them all back on the rack. She put it all back on the rack. But this is stuff that women do all the time. It's nothing new. They're just being called out about it, but it's nothing new. They've been doing this kind of stuff to other women. A lot of women are emotionally dysregulated and threatened by your confidence, very strange. That's why I do virtual church. I think I'm gonna do virtual church too. Like if I ever go physically into a church, I don't want to like be a part of anything. I just want to be a member. Yeah, I could tell she was trying to jump on me. That was what she wanted to do. I can tell she was jealous of not the fact that her man was looking at me. She was jealous of a black woman that's polished. I think that's really where her envy came from. Because I think that she viewed me kind of like an alien. Because most people don't see black women who are polished and smart. They don't really see that. So when they see that, they feel like you don't deserve to be that way. So she wanted to attack me, but the chick is a hood rat. A hood rat. And there I'm not talking about when I say hood rat, I'm not talking bad about people from the hood. Okay, because my parents started off in the hood until they were able to level up. I don't have a problem with that. But by hood rat, I mean she's a gutter rat. No, not hood rat. She's a gutter rat. That's what I call it. Because she doesn't know how to control herself. You're supposed to be a first lady. You're supposed to know how to carry yourself with class. You don't know how to do that because you can't turn a pig into a trophy. Okay. You can't turn a pig into a trophy. I know I you know what? Let me stop. I'm not even gonna I'm not gonna do it. I'm not going to do it. I won't do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna control myself. Ooh, self-control. 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 Okay. I'm not gonna go there. But there are many things that I could say. Mhm. That apple is so huge. I've never seen an apple this big. No, that apple, that is big. I don't think I can have any more. I'm already full. This channel makes me feel like a strong, independent woman. I'm a guy. Do you take self-defense classes? No. Know how to fight? Yes. I do. But I don't because, I'm not gonna, you know, get charges or anything like that. But I will definitely drag a chick if I have to, if she's like bothering me or trying to threaten me in some way. It's self-defense. You have to defend yourself. You have to defend yourself. You have to defend yourself. And for me, it's not really the fighting that scares me, it's my anger that scares me. So I don't even like to allow myself to be in a situation where I'll get angry because if I get angry, I black out and that's not good. So I avoid situations that'll make me upset. So I just let her do her thing and then eventually I just left the church. I wasn't going to go back and forth about stuff like that. Advice for not becoming bitter, angry, hateful, and wanting to isolate. Well, people are going to be people. So don't not live your life and not be happy because of what other people have done. That's not fair to you. Honey, I was not going to get into anything in the middle of in my service, okay? In the middle of the service. So, not worth it. And I actually did her a favor because I ignored his DMs. So I did you a favor. Because if I wanted him, I would have had him and you weren't going to have him anymore. But I'm not that kind of person. But I could be because I'm sure if she was in my position, she would have done that because a lot of women don't have any type of moral code. I do. So I did you a favor. I ignored him and I didn't pay attention to his advances. I should have printed out the DMs and slapped it in her face with it so she could have saw it. But I was like, I'll let God handle those two. I'll let God handle you, honey. You will not escape God's wrath. Um, I'm not fighting anybody now. I don't do that. It's not worth it. Hold on a second, you guys. All right. Physical fighting is only for self-protection. There's been some great fruit lately at the stores. What's your zodiac sign? Leo. I'm proud of you for that. Women are very insecure, so insecure and dangerous too. That's why you just got to stay away. Just stay away. Please just stay away. Stay away. Just stay away. Especially when a man is involved, they want to like slice you. Stay away. Especially pick me women. When pick me women fight, they're going for blood because they live, breathe, and breathe the need of a man. So if a pick me woman fights you, you're in trouble because that man is her lifeline. So when pick me women fight, they go for blood. So if I know a woman is a pick me, babe, I'm gonna let you have it. Okay. I'm not gonna fight. Okay. Because when a woman is a pick me, she's fighting for her life, honey. She's fighting for her bread and butter because she can't think without a man. So you know, why don't you have an opinion on homosexuality or transgender people? Because I don't. Because I don't have an opinion on that. Why do you keep forcing it? I don't have an opinion on that. Everybody believes in different things, or has different belief systems. Mel conveniently ignored the question about what island she's from multiple times, giving sad vibes. No info is public. I do ignore. I some questions I just read them and ignore them. Debating if I should go back to church because a group of older ladies ganged up and started spreading rumors. I don't know why they're like that in there. Like, what? I'm sorry. If you fight over a man, you're a loser. I can't. I can't. That is loser. Loser. Like, if you have to get physical over a man, that's just so embarrassing. Like, find something better to do, babe. Get a job. Get a job. Okay? Get a job. That's what I recommend. Okay, you're talking like you were gonna pimp her man out. I wasn't gonna do nothing with that guy. It's not my style. I believe in karma, so I don't believe in going after, or at that time, going after another woman's person. I don't want that kind of karma in my life. So I don't do it. I wouldn't do it. Mel, this is off topic, but have you noticed that men stalk and women gang stalk, but women are supposed to be harmless girls, right? Women are not harmless, and I've been saying that from the minute I opened this channel. I don't know why people keep thinking that. That's not the truth. I'm not gonna diss you on the internet because my mama taught me better than that. Diss who on the internet? What do you mean by diss me on the internet? I'm quiet. I tame my beast. Me too. Me too, trial and error. I definitely tame my beast. So I prefer to just again stay away from problems and just I always tell women like if a woman is getting hostile or whatever, just walk away. It's really not worth it. It's not worth it. Don't let anybody get in the way of the work that you're doing on yourself. It's so not worth it. Like you got to ask yourself, is this worth fighting over? Is this really worth it? And when you realize it's not, just leave it alone. Women will throw you in front of a semi for a man that don't even wash. I don't know what that means. Even the ones that could be worth it aren't worth it. When did church become a gossip and drama sanctuary? It's always been that way. I think it's worse now because society is more narcissistic, but I think it's always been like that. You just got to not let it in. Like I believe that you can observe but don't absorb, if that makes sense. So for me, by not being involved in like the teams and stuff, I don't really get to see the drama side of it anymore because I go in service and I pay my tithes, I take my notes, I praise and worship, and I'm out of there. I'm not involved with the drama aspect of it because I'm not really mingling with anybody. Because she has followers that are and hold her in high regard, honestly, because she's evolved past the level of judgment of grow up of people and see people for who they are. When someone is staring at you excessively, do you avert their gaze, ignored, or do you stare back? It depends. I stare back until they look away, or I give them like googly eyes until they look away because I it's just so that they can think that something's wrong with me. I have had a first lady not like me and my mom because the pastor loved laughing with us. That's exactly what this first lady did. She didn't like me or my mother or my family at all. She didn't like any of us at that time because he liked us. No man is worth going to jail for. I'm not fighting with a woman over a man. If that's your man, then why he over here? That's all you have to say. When they try to come at you, just say, if that's your man, then why he over here? Beyonce voice. It's a valid question. If he's your man, why is he over here? Why he's not over there with you? Why is he trying to come over here? It's a valid question. I have a long-term friend who puts very little effort into hanging out, but act like we were super close. Do you have any thoughts? If someone's not putting any effort into hanging out with you, then they don't want to. Them old ladies in the church with the long stockings. Sorry, I just spit out my apple. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Destiny Child Survivor. Do you think a man can give a woman enough love and attention, or are they just good for making babies? I think he can. I think he can. I still am hopeful for women. I think that women who are single right now, I'm still hopeful that you could be blessed with a good man. I know that there's a lot of content saying that men are like this, men are like that, men are terrible, men are this, men are that. And don't get me wrong, men got a lot of issues, but women have a lot of issues too. Both genders have issues. So are we going to blame the men for everything? Women got a lot of issues too. I think both genders have issues, but I think that both genders can ascend from their baseline. And I think both genders can ascend from their lower nature. If they choose to do so, they absolutely can. Don't lose hope, ladies. Don't lose hope. Trust me, there are some wonderful men out there who would love to be with you and treat you well. So don't lose hope. I think it's because people end up going to church and have a false peace through prayer and maybe meditation, but they didn't do the shadow work. Jesus is within, God is within, Holy Spirit is within. You got to connect with God outside of those buildings. Yeah, that's their life. They do whatever they want to do with it. I used to be upset over your videos about women, but they weren't wrong. Even my own mother, sister, and friends. Why would you be upset over those videos? That is what really intrigues me about women. If you're upset about hearing truths, doesn't that mean you're going to live a lie? That's the interesting thing about women that I've always found so interesting. What upset you? The reality? Reality is upsetting? Wow, that's scary. When someone stares, I make my signature horse face or Billy goat face. Oh gosh, love from South Africa. Some women copy you, then degrade and discard you. How to steer away from copycat energy and protect your energy. Just stay away from everybody, honey. That's the best. That is the best piece of advice. I realize the truth hurts people no matter who delivers it. Exactly. I love your channel. You teach and reaffirm so much. I do need you to think again on Meghan Markle. Oh God, please leave Meghan Markle alone. Please leave Meghan Markle alone. Have you experienced having someone you know go to the dark side? Like they become so different and demonic and nothing like the way they were before. I've had family members go into the dark side, and that's why they started attacking me. Because once you go to the dark side, you get Jezebel. I don't go to church no more. Pray at home, service online. A lot of problematic people go to church for narcissistic supply. Yes, yes, a lot of narcissists in there. I think it's because a lot of women are the type to weaponize information to get an emotional reaction instead of prioritizing truth. They prioritize emotional responses they get from sharing it. Yeah, I mean, I always tell women all the time whatever you tell a woman, it will be used against you if you guys are no longer friends. So be careful what you're telling her because it will be weaponized. It will be weaponized. I know the time I went to the social place and there was a woman there with another woman that I'm cool with, and I was kind of icy with her. And she was like, "Oh, why are you like being icy with me? I'm trying to get to know you." I said, "Honestly, you did something that I found extremely just dishonoring to my moral code. And I'm one of those women where I live on code. So I don't want liabilities around me. And you decided to go online and play a recording from you recording somebody outside of their knowledge just to like make them look bad, and you were exposing that somebody had a drug problem. If If a woman trusts you enough to share the fact that she has a drug problem with you, and you're no longer friends with that woman, and you go online and you share that with the world to break her character, you're not my type of chick. And that's just me being honest. I don't have a problem with you, but I don't want a relationship with you because that's for me, that's like gutter rat level stuff. I would never weaponize somebody's pain against them. I think that's disgusting. I don't align myself with women like that. And I just had to let her know, you can love me, you can hate me, that's fine, but I don't align myself with women who operate that way. I commute most walking, and today as I was going across the street, there was a car with two men and one woman, and the man driving kept his gaze straight at me and yelled, "Hey, did you lose something?" He's trying to flirt, girl. He's trying to flirt with you. When he said, "Did you lose something?" you should have said, "Yeah, my wallet. You got $300?" I'm kidding. From my own experience, the men I encounter are real, genuine, and respectful. The women I've crossed paths with are complete opposite. I was taught that men are dangerous, but it's really women. They just do these scary things, and you just you just don't know why. We are God's temple. The church is just a building. Without God's children in the church, it would only be a building. Exactly. Mel, your last live video about Jezebel, the way you described them, I saw one today and clocked it. Good. Don't forget to sign up for the class, you guys. This Sunday is Respect and Boundaries. Very important class. Um, the reason why I recommend the class for everybody, of course, but the reason why I recommend Respect and Boundaries more for women is because I feel like there are a lot of women on my channel who are going to be entrepreneurs in the future. I believe that wholeheartedly. I can feel it. And women have to understand what respect is and what respect is not. And that's what I'm having the class. Women need to understand what boundaries are and what boundaries are not. Because I think a lot of women don't understand the concepts. That's why I always tell women, when you start being respectful as a woman and you understand what respect means as a woman, other women are not going to like you because other women don't know what respect is. They don't know what it is. So for me, if I go in somebody's environment, right, somebody's house, somebody's place of business, and let's say I don't like the curtains, I'm not gonna look at the owner and say, I don't like these curtains. I don't really like these curtains. I didn't. I'm not gonna do that because one, it's not my place of business. Two, I'm not the one that purchased the curtains, and three, it has nothing to do with me. But other women will go in there and say that, and they don't mean it to be disrespectful. They are being disrespectful. They just don't know. They see it as, oh, I'm just giving my opinion. I'm trying to help. But you're not. That's actually rude. So it's like, it's very distorted. Like in the community of women, like, you know how women will be like, oh, yeah, yes, bitch. You're not supposed to call a woman you barely know a bitch. That is, if that's the terminology you use, that's reserved for a woman that you're friends with, a woman that you know. You don't see a woman with a nice outfit at the club and be like, yes, bitch. That's rude. So again, you just have to understand these concepts. You have to understand what it means. Like I feel like a lot of women have to have grace. They don't have grace to them. Even when women are checking you out at the Publix line, they're so rough about it. Like they're like just mean. Like they don't. Okay, let me give you guys an example. Let me give you guys an example on what I'm talking about. This is a perfect example. So, ladies, don't forget to sign up for the Respect and Boundaries class because it's a mind F. When you understand respect and boundaries as a woman, it's a mind F because what women think is respectful is not, and what women think is not respectful is, and what women think is a boundary is not, and what women think is not a boundary is. It's very weird. Let me explain what I'm talking about. I went to a doctor's appointment a couple of weeks ago, and as I'm sitting there, the woman, we're probably around the same age, probably a little bit younger. I sit down after I, I check in, whatever. I sit down, and she looks at me from the cross of the room, and she says, "Come here." She says, "Come here," like this, right? And I'm like, maybe a couple feet away. She's like, "Come here." She just looks up randomly, like out of the blue. 15 minutes into me sitting in the waiting room, and she says, "Come here." And I look at her, and I look right back down on my computer, and I keep typing. And then she catches my eye, and she says, "Come here." And I look right back down on my computer, and I keep typing. So then she gets up and she walks to me. She's like, "Oh, hi. I don't know if you heard me." I said, "I heard you. I heard you loud and clear." And she's like, "Oh, okay. Well, why didn't you come?" I said, "You don't tell me to come here. I'm a patient. This is a place of business. You have my name on the clipboard. You call me Miss by my last name. You don't tell me come here in front of a room full of people and I'm somebody that you don't know. That's common sense. Maybe you don't know, but when I look at certain people, I'm like, these are things you should have been taught in like elementary school. You don't tell a patient, come here." I said, "So I did hear you. I did. I just purposefully ignored you. I was waiting for you to get it right. I was waiting for you to think about what you were saying and how you were saying it. But the fact that you still don't get it, that's very scary to me." I said, would you like it if I told the primary care physician, I've been going to him since I was 16. Would you like me to tell him that you told me come here? If his wife came and was sitting here, you would say, come here. That's how you talk to people. You just tell them to come here, like they're your child, right? But you see, in her mind, I'm rude. Do you see how it's backwards? In her mind, I'm rude. You see what I mean? She's the one being rude, but to her, that's normal. But me checking her about it is I'm rude, when in reality, I'm right because I have etiquette. I would never tell a patient, come here. I would never talk like that to somebody. So when women learn respect and they learn to approach life with respect, a lot of women are going to find you. That's when you're going to get called a bitch because they don't understand it. They don't understand it. So that was one scenario. I had another scenario where I was sitting down. I went to the ER for something. This was a couple years ago, and the nurse came in there, and I'm laying in the room, and she just walks in. She's a nurse assigned to my bed. She just walks in the room, and she doesn't even speak to me. She just walks in the room. She starts opening up the packets, and she starts opening up the needles and the bandages, and she starts opening up, the blood pressure machine. And she's like, "Can I have your arm, please?" And I said, "No, you can't." And she was like, "Oh, well," I said, "Can you please just leave? I'm already not feeling well, and I really don't wanna get upset, so can you just leave?" She's like, "Oh, no, no, no." I said, "Just please." I said, "Please, please. I'm not feeling well today. I don't wanna get upset. Please leave." And I respectfully asked her to leave my room, and then I got up and I went to the front desk and I requested another nurse, and they sent me another nurse, which is so unfortunate. It was a man. And he came in, he's like, "Hi, are you okay? What's going on? How are you feeling? What's going on?" "Ma'am, you're supposed to be a nurse. You're supposed to know how to carry yourself. Why don't you understand this at that age?" I'm starting to think, is it the generation? Is it my generation? They're just rude. Like they don't know how to. And now she thinks I'm rude because I asked her to leave my bed. When you walked into a sick patient's room, didn't acknowledge them for 15 minutes, and you have no bedside manners. I don't want you around me. And that's what I'm saying. It's like when a woman understands what respect looks like, what it means, you're going to realize how disrespectful most women are. And you're going to slowly start to realize what society is saying and why they say it. Because it's really, usually, if it's a man in customer service or a workplace setting, that they're usually have manners. Women, there's always a little attitude with them. I don't know what it is, but there's usually a teeny tiny attitude attached to them. Even if you're being kind, it's still there. And then if you're attractive, it's worse. So I'm not going to say I'm rude. I'm not rude back, but I'm going to check you and get you out of my way because you don't know how to compose yourself correctly. And I don't have to deal with that. And that is also another thing that women have to understand. I'm not sleeping with you. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm not your husband. So I don't have to deal with your attitude. It's not required of me to deal with it. So again, when you understand what respect is, you'll understand how to talk to people, how to respond to people, and you're going to get more opportunities because you know how to address people. Like I posted a post yesterday and I was talking about God and I was talking about rejection. And I was talking about how when you're rejected a lot in life by your family, by your friends, by people you love, God allows that to happen so we can draw nearer to God. When you experience rejection, it's a way for you to grow in your relationship and your friendship with God. And I have a woman comment, and she's like, "Oh, what? Can you stop? Can you please stop saying he? And can you please stop saying God? God is a her. God is a woman. Can we please stop?" And I'm like, first of all, that's my belief system. You have yours. This is mine. In what world do you come on someone else's platform and tell them what to do? But now when I comment back, I'm nasty, right? It's just there's no respect. And I don't think she commented that on purpose. I think that a lot of women really just don't know because respect is not popular in the community of women. That's why there's always back and forth and women online saying, "Oh, you bitch," and talking about each other's kids. There's a lot of wild stuff in the community of women because there's no respect baseline in our community. There's none. There's no type of respect there. That's why you'll notice a woman will talk to you crazy, but when you walk in with your man, she's not going to talk to you crazy because your man's there. So she's going to be apprehensive to get crazy with you because a man is there. Why? Because women see men as authoritative figures. They don't see women as authoritative figures. So they tend to be a lot more comfortable with the disrespect with women than they are with men. Because a woman will try and attack me, but if I'm walking with my man, she's not going to even look my way because there's a man there. So they view men as men. Men are to be respected. You are not. It's very weird because it's very weird. It's very twisted. But we'll talk about that in the class. Did you notice how at every gym front desk there's some rude lady sitting there? Yes, your gym has that too. Mel, your last. Wait, okay, we are okay. Wait, hold on a minute. Mel, do you recommend keeping all female friends at arm's length? After watching your videos, I'm not sure whether it's safe. Just take your time and see if they do anything weird. If someone tries to throw anything in your face that you told them, they were wholeheartedly jealous. Yeah, get away from them. What are your views on race? Do you believe we are all the same? I honestly never used to, but now I feel like I met a lot of good white folks and a lot of demonic black folks. There's evil and good in every race. Boundaries. Okay, here's the thing with women when it comes to boundaries. And just be yourself, TV. Have your wife join the class, please. What women have to understand is, and I don't want to give too many nuggets away because we're going to talk about this in the class. Women have to understand that your boundaries are not for other people, they're for you. Women create boundaries to appease other people. Like, oh, I don't want to be that harsh because I don't want him to get upset, or I don't want her to get upset. Your boundaries are for you. They're not for other people. They're to protect you. Like, who cares if they get upset? Like, you can say no, yes, no. Like, women just want to be liked too badly. That's why women don't enforce their boundaries because they want to be liked. They want to be accepted and liked by everybody. So, as a result of that, they dishonor themselves by doing things they don't want to do and accepting things they don't want to accept. I feel like the only way to keep a genuine friendship with a woman is if both parties are driven. Even then, it may not last because if one starts getting ahead, the other one's going to start being weird. I had to ask my coworkers when dealing with irate women to de-escalate the situation if it's still okay to use ma'am. Just use ma'am. Keep using ma'am. She's rude. Yeah, that she told me to come here, and I knew she was doing because, like I said, women are always gonna test you to see if they can bully you. It's always a test. It's always a test, and that was her test, and she failed because I wasn't having it. So, again, it's a test that they do. It's all a test. As you get older as a woman, the less bullying you should be allowing because it's like, I'm not gonna let anybody bully me at this age. I'm so freaking like over like people's antics. I'm not gonna let a woman bully me on over anything. I mean, they can bully online. They'll always try to bully online, but that doesn't get very far because it's online. You're behind a computer. You can rap it on a computer and bully me on a computer, but if you see me in person, you're not gonna say anything. And that's how you really know, because when they see you in person, they don't say anything. They just hide or run or put their head down. I'm a woman and I'm cautious around other women, especially since the industry I work in is dominated by women. Keep the female friends who are not constantly negative. If they're talking about others too, they're gonna stab you in the back. Some women get offended when I don't hug them. I don't hug anybody that much either. It's an energy thing. I think you can pick up on attachments like that. Why is it so hard to make friends being chosen? Chosen ones can't really have friends, my dear. You can't have friends. You can't really have them. And even if you have them, it doesn't last because when they get to see your anointing, they start to distance themselves. So chosen ones can't really have friends like that. That is again a harsh again, that is a price to pay. Chosen ones can't really have friends because it's like you're a deep person. You're like a an angel, an earth angel. So people will, they 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 see that and they it just doesn't sit well. All people come out of the closet when they turn 45. You the only child, huh? I'm not. I'm not. I have a brother who's older than me. So yeah. But we're both the same. We're not clingy. We're not like that. We're both very independent introvert. Like we don't like to be bothered. Like I'm telling you, like if me and my brother when obviously when I was younger, he was younger. I was in what college, high school, and he was already like in college. When we would live together, me and my brother would be in the same house, and we wouldn't even see each other for days. It's almost as though he wasn't there and I wasn't there. Like we're both introverted, independent people. We don't like being bothered by people. We don't like being annoyed by people. We like to stay away from people. Okay. We like to be left alone. He's a Taurus. So he definitely likes to be left alone as much as possible. Yeah, she told me come here because she just doesn't have manners. It's not her fault. She doesn't even realize what she was doing was wrong. She just doesn't have manners. She doesn't have manners. So again, you have to, balance yourself. Like, first of all, and that's what we're going to talk about in the class, you guys, on Sunday, this Sunday. And has anybody here never taken my classes? I think that I prefer my classes more than like lives and stuff. And the reason why is because it's more intimate. It's usually like a few of us in there, and we get to like talk a lot, and like some of the ladies come on camera and talk to me. Some of the men come on camera and talk to me. Some people start crying. Like it's such vibes. When we're on live, it's such vibes. I love not live, sorry. Those classes are vibes, and we really get to the nitty gritty of things. It's all about their ego. They just want to humble you. Like, why would you walk over to me and say, "Oh, you didn't hear me?" I said, "I heard you. I heard you loud and clear." She's like, "Oh, you heard me?" I'm like, "Mhm." I heard you. You called me 3 times and I heard you. And I didn't answer because come here is I'm not a puppy. So I don't answer to that. I don't answer to that. Socially awkward. There you go. Socially awkward. Now somebody like that is gonna cry that a man don't want to deal with her and her man mom don't like her. It's because you're rude, ma'am. I understand that sometimes the mother-in-laws are the problem, but you're just your attitude is very nasty. Okay? That's what it is. Because if you're like that with me, I can only imagine how you are with people who know you. You got kids. Mr. Anti-Black, why do you keep asking me these personal questions? What does me having children have to do with this live right now? Nursing is a type of degree where you have to really enjoy taking care of people to do that job. You cannot just do it for the money. You can't just do it for the money. You have to actually like the job. Okay? You have to like the job. That's not something you do just to do. You have to like what you do. The negative women usually surround themselves with friends who are the same. Like my manager coming to talk to me in front of my coworkers about something private, disrespectful, disrespectful. But she can't even see that. She's been being disrespectful for all her life, so she doesn't even know. She doesn't even know that you're not supposed to do that, right? And then here's the thing: if you pull a woman to the side and you say, "Hey, can I talk to you for a second in private?" They think that's disrespectful. Crazy, right? Like if you can go to a woman and say, "Hey, can I have a conversation with you, just the two of us?" She'll be like, "What? What? Why? Why do I have to go to the side with you?" Like she doesn't realize that you're being respectful by telling her, "Can we talk one on one?" Because they're used to just calling each other out in groups. You got 3 kids, I bet. Let me get this man out of here. This is one of those. This is probably one of those black men that don't like black women, so they always have to come in here and do some type of confirmation bias and try to, yell and say, "Hey, nobody wants you. You got 3 kids. You're a single mom." The crap that they like to do. So I went ahead and I got him off. I already got catch the vibe, the Kevin Samuels vibe. No, thank you. You are not going to Kevin Samuels me, sir. mm, she told me, "Come here." hmm But that's nothing. Yeah, he's trying to come up here and Kevin Samuels me. This is my platform. You don't get to ask me all those type of questions. He's trying to Kevin Samuels me. How does Kevin Samuels do it? Um, how tall are you? Huh? How tall are you? Tall. Oh, I'm 5'3". Okay. Dress size? Huh? Dress size. I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. I don't think my microphone is working. Dress size. Dress size. Your dress size. Oh. I'm about like a 7'8". Mm. Okay. How would you rate yourself 1 to 10 without makeup? You can't use 7. You guys can't lie though. That show was funny. Like I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty entertaining. It was pretty entertaining. Give him his flowers, okay? It was entertaining. Um, you can rate your face from a 1 to 10. You can't use 7. I would say maybe like a 5 with makeup on. I mean off, and then maybe like a 8 with makeup on. Mm, okay. Well, you're not an 8, ma'am. You can't tell me. No, you're not. No, you know what? I'm gonna ask the questions. Since you're the one giving relationship advice, where your wife at, ma'am? This is my platform. We don't get to do this. That show was I'm oh my god, that was nobody could do it like him. I'm sorry. That was the funniest live streaming, okay? Nothing was funnier than those live streams. All right, sorry, I was just joking around. Let me let me finish this. They get mad when you don't enable every okay, the bedside manner is poor. I think it's because nurses are oversaturated with responsibilities. They're not really paying them enough and they're overworked. So when you're overworked, it's hard to be nice. Not nice, but kind, I guess. Truth be told, I think these healthcare workers become numb to the constant flow of patients. You were right to ask for a new nurse. I work as a lab assistant and we tell patients they can have a preference. Yes. Um, yeah, so I will talk about this in the respect and boundaries class. Like I always tell women, once you start respecting yourself, one, you're not going to allow disrespect from others. So if somebody allows disrespect from others, it's because they don't respect themselves. That's a psychological reason. Because if you respect yourself, you're not going to allow people to treat you badly. You're not going to allow people to abuse you. You're not going to allow people to talk to you crazy because you respect yourself. If you don't respect yourself, you have certain people around your life who don't respect you because respect starts with you. So respect starts with you internally. And then after that, respect starts with how you talk to people, how you interact with human beings. I think that a lot of women have this chip on their shoulder when they're interacting with people. It's like this attitude, this invisible attitude, and you don't even know why it's there, but they have it. So, for example, years ago when I was working at a hostess for this luxury restaurant, this guy came in with his family. They were from Italy. Very, very successful people. They were from Italy. They rented a private room, which was like $8,000. So they walked in and I said, "Hi, how are you?" And they're like, "Oh, I'm good. How are you?" I'm like, "I'm good. Thank you so much. Is it your first time coming to this restaurant?" And he's like, "Yes, it is our first time." I'm like, "Okay, great. I think you're going to love it. Everything on the menu is phenomenal." I told them what my favorites were. And then I told them, "Are you guys ready to be seated right now? Or do you guys want to hang out by the bar?" Very nice, hospitality. Like that's my job. That's what you're supposed to do to a guest. You're supposed to be kind and you never know. These people are successful. They may give you an opportunity. So I literally had to go to the bathroom really fast. So I went to the bathroom. And as I go to the bathroom, my coworker, she's the one standing while I'm in the bathroom. So as I'm walking by, because I had to go and give my manager something, I hear her having conversation with him now, right? Because I'm trying to drop a file to my manager in the HR office upstairs. So as I'm walking by, I hear her say, uh, she looked at him and she said, outside or inside? He said, huh? She said, outside or inside? And he's like, um, she's like, you got to choose. We got a bunch of people waiting behind you, outside or inside. Which one? And I'm hearing the conversation and I'm like, she's being so rude. Like, can she hear herself? Like, so then he asks for the manager and then he asks the manager for me. And he's like, I'm going to spend a lot of money in this restaurant. I don't ever want to interact with her again. If it's not the first woman that was standing here that can take care of me and my party, I'm not going to come into a restaurant that's this expensive to be spoken to that way. And then she ended up getting fired. And she was so confused about what she did. She's like, Mel, what did I do? And I could tell that she didn't understand that you don't speak to people that way, especially for the role that you have. So that's also what we're going to talk about in the respect and boundaries class is you need to know how to speak to people, one, and you need to know how people should be speaking to you, two. And that is a challenge, I think, for a lot of women is understanding that you can't speak to everybody like they're your friend. You can't speak to everybody like they're your bestie. Not everybody's your bestie. You have to be conscious of your approach with other people, be conscious of your tone, and be conscious how you're talking to people. Because even if you don't mean it that way, it's going to be translated that way. So you need to learn how to master social skills. So once a woman masters respect and boundaries, when somebody tries to disrespect you or cross your boundary, it's not going to work because you know what respect and boundaries looks like. And people who cross people's boundaries are people who don't have boundaries themselves. Because people who have boundaries don't cross other people's boundaries. And that's what we're going to talk about in the class. So, for example, I don't want to give out too many nuggets, but here's what we're going to talk about. So, what women have to understand is when it comes to respect and boundaries, you can't be the boss everywhere you go. And I think that that is a challenge that many women have is that authoritative approach in environments that they don't own or that they don't rule. So for example, if you go and do your nails by a woman who has private nails, she does nails in her basement or whatever, and she sends you her policy, you can't tell her, oh, well, why you got this? Why? You can't do that because that's her policy. If you don't like her policy, find another nail tech because that's her domain. You have to respect her domain. I had this conversation with a family member the other day where they said, oh, I'm going to call this person and ask. And I said, no, 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 you cannot do that. You cannot do that. That is her domain. You don't tell her how to run her domain. I understand that you're upset with what the service comes with. Just find another person to provide the service to you that has a rubric that goes well with you, but you can't tell her that her rules for how she runs things is wrong because that's her domain. You get what I mean? It's just like those people in the workplace, women in the workplace who tell you, "Oh, why you got that makeup on? Why you're wearing those heels?" They to them, they may think they're just asking you, but it's actually rude because you're telling that person what they can and cannot wear, and that's not right. You see what I mean? So there's a psychology behind this. We'll talk about it in the class. Something similar happened with me and a nurse. She had an attitude to help me lay down and take my blood. I said absolutely nothing. I got off the table and walked out. Yeah, I know. It's very unfortunate. Women are so mean to each other in healthcare. I sometimes wish I could work with more guys. Healthcare is female dominated, so that won't be possible. I'm starting to realize how controlling women are. Once I started decentering my mom, my eyes opened. Mel, do you mentor women? Yes, I do. You can go to yourlevelupguru.net, hit book now, and scroll down to the mentorship interview. And you can do the mentorship interview. Everybody on here, I am taking mentees still. So make sure you sign up for the mentorship interview. Even though people didn't like Sherazad Ali, people got mad at her for calling out Black women's bad attitudes and negging their men. This is why I keep a straight face because people be scared to disrespect me. Sometimes you'll have those who want to test you. There's also no room for differing perspectives like us. All of these topics you speak about, I know way too well. Majority of women are emotionally and mentally unstable, also not secure with themselves. Therefore, they take it out on you. And they can only take it out on you if you allow them to. If you allow them to bully you, they will. But you have to stand firm. I think the rude patients kind of make healthcare workers really jaded. Well, they don't respect themselves. I just had a C-section and the first nurse that came in didn't even speak to me until family came in. It's disgusting. Imagine being a healthcare worker and you walk in the room and you don't say hi to the patient. I remember one day, I don't know if I shared this story. I don't know if I shared this story or not. For one of my places of business, there was a worker that was sent there, and I never met this woman before. But when I got there, you guys know I'm a very spiritual person. So when I got to my place of business, I parked my car in the driveway. I parked my car in the driveway. And I felt an energy when I parked my car in the driveway, like a heavy energy. But I was in the driveway. I didn't know anybody was in there, but I felt it. And I'm like, why does it feel weird? So I'm walking in, I'm unlocking the key, I'm like, checking the place out, making sure the AC sets where it needs to be set, going through the mail for my place of business. And then I'm walking around, I'm checking all the rooms, and then I go in and a woman is there. And I'm guessing my partner probably sent her to clean or something like that. I don't know. So I walked in and I said, "Oh, hi, how are you?" And she's like, "I'm good." And then she looked at me like up and down and I'm like, "What was your name? What is your name?" And she's like, "Oh, my name is so and so." And I said, "Okay, well, it's nice to meet you. Do you like want any water? Is there anything that you want? Feel free to get whatever you want." She's like, "No, it's okay." And I'm like, "Okay." I walk out. I call my partner and I say, "Who's the woman that is in the at the facility right now?" And she tells me her name. And I said, "I don't want her coming back." And she said, "Why?" I said, "Because that's not how you treat people. And if she treats me this way and I'm one of the owners, I can only imagine how she's going to treat other people. So she has to go. Let her know today's her last day." And the lady was like, "Oh my God, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were the owner." I'm like, "You have to know people to treat them with decency. You have to know people to be respectful towards them." I thought that was like a default for an adult woman is to know how to talk to people. So basically, you treat people with manners based on their position and not based on them being a human. So that's just not how life works. That's not how life works. The lady at the gym told me to enjoy my body, might not have it at 40. Passive aggressive. Passive aggressive. My gym is mostly young men and sometimes a pretty young lady, but they don't last long. Mel, okay, I answered that. I think some individuals in the healthcare sector went in for the money. I think so too. And then they realize how much work it is. Exactly. She won't do it, man. I asked her. She said no. Demons come in all shapes and colors. TikTok boundaries change the definition. Can you do a video on respect and bound and how to address it? You have to take the class for that. I'm not going to really do any more videos on that. But she don't mean to tell y'all. She said no. She right here. Some people try to change boundaries into how they want others to treat them, but you can't control this. 100%. I started managing junior staff, and they literally don't listen. When my male boss would repeat the same info, they would look at me in shock, like, "Ma'am, you see, Mahogany, you got to take the respect and boundaries class. Mahogany, you have to take the class." When a woman wants to exert her authority, it's not going to be easy because the world doesn't respect women. They don't see you as an authoritative figure. So a lot of times when women are managers, you're going to have a really hard time because if it's a staff of women, they're not going to listen to you and they're always going to challenge you and they're always going to challenge what you're saying and they're always going to try to move around you. But when it comes from a man, they'll respect it right away. So you got to take the class to understand. I've accepted that it's just in women's nature to be malicious. Oh, wow. I need to learn and unclean some things when it comes to respect boundaries. Take the class. I used to be very disrespectful. Very. I had to change a lot of things about myself. A lot. Because I didn't know any better. I didn't know any better. Most women don't know any better. I didn't know any better. So that is why that's another thing we'll talk about in the respect and boundaries class is how women think it's appropriate to interrogate a woman to as a way to assert dominance. So you'll know it's just like, some women will ask a woman questions and it's a very interrogative tone. Like, "Well, what's your name? What's your age? You have a child? You went to school?" It's like it's very just like you need to calm down, okay? That's not it. That's not it. And you're not gonna get to know somebody in one sitting either. You gotta take your time to get to know people. You can't bombard somebody with questions, intrusive, aggressive. I just don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand. I'm still trying to. That was me forever. Way too nice. People don't respect you when you're a soft, embodied, feminine woman. They respect you when you're masculine or harsh. You got to find the middle. I can't stand bullies. This lady is being weird, and I and I just met her. She's a photographer that took photos at an event and asked me if the producer gives them to me or charges release the photos. Interesting. What is the definition of a chosen one? And because they don't want to deal with the consequences for sticking up for yourself. Do chosen ones usually live their life alone? A lot of them do, unless God blesses you with a spouse. But the issue there is chosen ones are, and I'm not gonna give out too many nuggets. Again, you have to take the class for this. If you're a chosen one or a child of the light, it's like the Jezebel spirit is always after you. So when you get a spouse, the spirit will try to possess your spouse. It's a very interesting experience. So you have to really understand the dynamic of your life. You can't chosen ones have a different reality than most people. I no longer do group friendships. I stopped out in college. I don't do friend groups. I don't have time for that. I think you can have very close friends, but it's rare. I know one very light surrounded lady. I learned the hard way, but I'm grateful. I joke too much and poke fun at myself, but people often try to use that as a way to throw jabs at me. I see it, but it doesn't bother me. Hi, Daphne. Welcome, welcome. Okay, it's a test. Thank you for the confirmation. Women move weird, I swear, and she wants to do a photo session with me. Just be careful. Oh, I sense he's very stubborn. Taurus tend to be very stubborn. I don't think my brother's stubborn. I think my brother's just like me. He just doesn't like to be bothered. He has his ways, and he's not going to do anything that he doesn't want to do. And he has all the right. I think Taurus's boundaries are translated as stubborn. They have a lot of boundaries. Like they don't care. Like because they're loners, they're not going to do anything to appease other people. They appease themselves, and they like to eat food. Oh yeah, you guys have to take the class. Take both classes for this month. It's I do two classes every month. Every month I do two or sometimes three. It's a shame chosen ones don't have lifelong friends. Just keep it at an associate level. Do you have advice for women that are in college? Be extremely focused. Don't waste time. Don't worry about having a bunch of friends or a bunch of guys. Just get focused on getting your degree and the highest degree that you can get. Chosen ones can't have friends. No, you really can't. That's what they don't tell you. I can't imagine being a nurse and hating life like that lady. That's so real. They've been doing it for so long and no one has that's why some women will come on my platform and they have a problem with it sometimes because it's like they've been getting away with these behaviors for so long. But now thanks to TikTok, it's being put on display. It's like all day for the last 3 days, I've been going online and it's just been bullying going on. It's just been a whole bunch of virtual bullying and it's just I don't know. It's just like, when are we gonna just grow out of that and leave each other alone? It's so hard, but you guys have to understand, it's not gonna be super, super easy to find good people. Finding good people will be a challenge. It's not gonna be like, it's gonna take time, but you have to just be careful and don't let anybody bully you or intimidate you or anything like that. Like, stand your ground. Hey Mel, I remember that you were pre-nursing in college. Oh girl, you remember that? I didn't even remember that myself. Did you leave due to the toxic female environment? No, I left because I don't like it. I don't like needles. I don't like vomit. I don't like seeing people's blood or sores. I don't like blood bags. I don't like that kind of stuff. So I got out of it. And me coming from a Caribbean family, like my parents are nurses. So they wanted me to do it. I was like, no, I don't like that kind of stuff. Like, it's just, I don't like needles. Every time I get blood drawn, I have to look away and close my eyes and breathe because those tight rubber bands, when they put that rubber band on my arm, I'm like, I feel like I'm going to throw up. Please let, and they have to, with me, they have to use the baby needles, the little butterfly ones. When I go, they got to use, I always ask them, can I have the baby one? And they're like, the butterfly ones? That's for 3-year-olds. I'm like, that's the, listen, unless you want me to collapse on this floor, then you're going to have a bigger problem. Please just give me the butterfly needle. Okay. And count to 3 before you put it in so I can take a deep breath because I don't want to vomit. Okay. So I can't really deal with like medical stuff. Okay. I can't. A 40-day water fast? That's hard. Definitely check with your doctor, Priya. Being polite nowadays is seen as being rude or over the top. I have never done a class, but I want to. Sign up. Sign up, sign up, sign up, sign up, sign up. My husband said your shoes were ugly. That's a lie. She thinks your shoes are ugly and she's throwing it on her husband. Our classes on a Zoom? Yes, Kimberly. So the classes are on Zoom. We're all on there. I have a full slideshow for you guys for the classes. I put a lot of work into the classes. I put a lot of work. Like for me to prepare for those classes, it takes me a couple days because I'm like, how can I create this class where they're getting a lot more than live? They're getting to the detail. So when you're in those classes, a lot of women and men that come on, they have a pen and paper and they're dropping notes on the slideshow. Like it's a class. It's a real class. And respect and boundaries is extremely important because y'all, like especially those of us who have been raised in religious settings, like we were taught that, oh, if you love God you got to let people use you. No, who said that? Who said that? Who said that we have to accept bad treatment from our family? Especially me being an island girl. It's like you're supposed to get abused. I'm like, I'm not getting abused by family members anymore. I'm done. I don't feel like I'm evil because I don't want to get abused. Like, why would you say that it's evil for me to walk away from people that are emotionally abusing me? How could you tell me that that's wrong? How could you tell me that that's wrong? And then when I started getting older, I'm like, no, like this is not right. Like I don't have to. And again, that's why we're gonna talk about this stuff in the class too. Divesting, like there's some family who will never respect you. They'll never respect you and they'll never respect your boundaries ever. No matter how much you reinforce them, they still cross them because that's just how they are. And at that point, you gotta get away. You gotta get away. Like me coming from an island family, they cross boundaries in their sleep. It's constant boundary crossing, constant, nonstop disrespect. It just never ends. And I was just like, I just don't want to be a part of this. And I divested. I was like, I don't want to be a part. Like, I want something healthy for myself. I want a healthy life. That's it. Like, I'm like, I want to live. Like, I want to have a healthy life. Like, I want everything to be peaceful and balanced. And I want to be around good people. And I want to live a life that is balanced and full and peaceful and just beautiful. And I don't want abuse attached to it. So I got away, and that was a form of me respecting myself. And although I forgive all those people, due to my respect and boundaries, I cannot let them back in. Because if I let them back in, they're going to harm me. And we're going to talk about that also in the respect and boundaries class. Sometimes respect is going to be you walking away from people that you love, regardless, because they cannot treat you well and they're not going to change. So you have to ask yourself, am I going to stay around these family members that are not respecting me, or am I going to respect myself and walk away regardless of me loving them? I love you, but unfortunately, you can't respect me. So I got to go. I got to go. And that's another thing. A lot of these family members, and that's why I paired the classes. The second class is to defeat Jezebel. A lot of them has Jezebel, and Jezebel does not know how to respect people. That type of entity is controlling and dominating. So even if your family apologizes to you, if they're possessed by Jezebel and Leviathan, give it 2 weeks and they're going to do something else. They're going to pull another stunt. You know? Do you believe in voodoo? Yes. I'm an island girl. Of course I do. Of course I do. Do I believe it's stronger than the power of God? No. But I do believe it exists, and I do believe it can hurt you if you're not protected in the right way. No, Kevin Samuels was entertaining. I don't care what nobody says. That show, the minute you hear that tune in the background and he's like, "All right, y'all, let's get the lights up." I'm like, "All right, this is gonna be good." Ah, man. What are your thoughts on these pop the balloon challenges? I don't watch that. She just didn't like you and tried to play you. You know they hate on chosen ones within half of a millisecond, then proceed with the weak mind games, bullying, then gaslight when they get checked. Nicki Minaj knew Kevin Samuels was gonna pass. That's why she did FaceTime with him. Really? Kevin was unnecessarily rude and disrespectful to so many people. Well, yes, there were times that he was, but I think when you watch the Kevin Samuel show, you will also see what I mean about the respecting. A lot of women would overtalk him. A lot of women would come on his show and ask him about his life. Like, this is his show. You know how it runs. You come on, he asks you questions, he gives you advice. They would come on and start trying to challenge him, or they would just talk about something that doesn't make any sense. Like, they would just come on just to come on and just look in the screen and just do very weird things. Like, it's he didn't allow disrespect on his platform. Like, he didn't allow. There was a time a woman logged on. I remember that clip. A woman logged on and he said, "How old are you?" And she said, she said, "Huh?" He said, "How old are you?" And she said, "How old do you think?" And then he just ended the call. It's like, you know, come on, like, come on, he's not gonna play games. You know he's not gonna play those games. So I think a lot of women kind of got a reality check because he wasn't allowing them to, be, intrusive or whatever. So uh, I hate people who disguise it as helping while being mean spirited. Yeah, he could have been. He was a little mean. He could have been a little nicer. He could have been a little nicer. But I think it depends on the day. Some days he's really nice, some days he's not, like, it depends. She was talking to him like he was dumb because he had an accent, and she was just rude. She was always socially awkward. She's just a socially awkward girl, and she was younger than me, and I gave her advice. I told her, "You're a very beautiful girl. You're very sharp, you're very smart." I said, "But you need to work on your social skills. You don't know how to talk to people, and until you figure that out, you're gonna keep losing opportunities." And I told her that, and she was like, "Maybe you're right." I said, "No, I'm telling you, if you wanna get far, you can just learn how to talk to people and you'll get farther." Or maybe she did and was power tripping. I pray, read my Bible. If someone doesn't do things the way you like them, why would you wanna give them your money? Exactly. Stomping on another person's roof. What does that mean? It's so weird that people think that way. I feel like a lot of people take things as a challenge to try and overcome. Yeah, I always tell people, stop challenging people and respect people's domain. Hi, Vanessa. How can we do that while being neurodivergent? I think neurodivergent people are not socially awkward. I think neurodivergent people are very smart. You just have to pull back a little bit with what you say to people because even though you're seeing a detail, they may not see it. And by you telling them it, it may not come off right. So you just got to just woosah, perfect your life. Don't worry about perfecting their life, if that makes sense. I like neurodivergent people. I think they're very smart. LOL, she's not even aware. Leveling up in social circles with etiquette, class, and respect will help you for success. Exactly. It's crazy how mean nurses are with each other. I thought every nurse was empathetic. No, they're not. It's performative empathy. It's performative empathy. Someone told me that nurses are either empaths or narcissists. I think a lot of men are only respectful to you if they find you attractive. No, I think men are naturally just I think men at their baseline towards women, like a man could not find you attractive, he'll leave the door open for you. A man could not find you attractive if you drop something on the floor, he's gonna pick it up. Like men are kind of at their baseline when it comes to women. Like if you have a flat tire, he will stop his car and pull over if you're waving. Like men are pretty more balanced in that way. What I always tell people, and especially women, as I always tell women, don't get a rise, not a rise, but don't find it fun to give people a hard time. I think a lot of women want to give people a hard time. I don't know why that's fun for you to make things difficult for people. I don't know why. Like I literally had a call the other day and the woman was, I guess she forgot or she was a little late. And I called her. I'm like, hey, like I'm on the call. I'm waiting for you. She's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm like, you're fine. Don't worry. And she's like, "Oh my God, can we still get on?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm waiting for you. Just get on when you're ready. I'll go get something to eat and then we'll get on." And she's like, "Well, I didn't expect you to be that understanding. Why would I not be understanding?" Why does she expect that? Because a lot of women are very mean and a little bit too harsh, very harsh for no reason. Like, all right, like you're on the road, you got kids, you're 5 minutes late on a call. That's fine. I'm not gonna chew you out for that. Like, why would I do that? That's just being a bully. That's just being a bully. Why do I need to do that? No, the interrogations are very scary. It's like, why are you yelling? Like, why are you screaming? It's just, again, and it's not their fault. We'll talk about this in the respect and boundaries class, you guys, on Sunday. Women first have to respect themselves. I always tell women if you have abusers in your life, we need to check how you feel about yourself. That's why whenever I talk to women, I ask them, do you feel like you want the best? I want the best for you, but that's just me. Do you want the best for you? I can want the best for you. I could want the best for you all day. But until you want the best for you, how I feel doesn't matter. We can do girl chats day and night. You can take as many classes as you want. But until you want respect for yourself, you're going to continue to be in a vicious cycle of toxic people because you have to want to your respect for you. So when I see women have a bunch of people in their life that don't respect them, I say, we're not going to talk about them because they're possessed and that's their problem. Why are you accepting it? Oh, well, I don't. No, no, no. You don't respect yourself. You don't respect yourself. And we need to find out why you don't respect yourself. Was it the way your mom treated you when you were growing up? Was it the way your dad treated you? Was it the way your ex husband treated you? Was it the way that the father of your kids treated you? Because somebody did something to you to make you feel like you weren't worthy of being respected. And until we deal with that, nobody's going to respect you because you don't respect yourself. That's the short version of the type of conversations and the stuff we're going to dissect in this class. If you don't respect yourself, nobody's going to respect you. That's just how it is. So, a friend of mine who I don't think has bad intent is deciding to start a business and told me to critique her website. Why? Why it all my services on that website? She's copying you. And she's purposefully showing you, "Hey, I'm duplicating you." She's doing that on purpose. You have to know when women are trying to get a rise out of you. You have to be aware of that. If you're a chosen one, what's the point of us being alone? Because you're here to help the masses. Your mission is to help the world. Your calling is global. You were here to help mass groups of people. You have an assignment. Okay. That's a great quote you said. When you are a chosen one or a child of the light, the Jezebel spirit is always after you. Since I was a little girl, that spirit has been stalking me. It's so scary. It is so scary my whole life. And I know it's not going to stop. It'll never stop because of my anointing. It's never going to go away. That demon has been fighting me for years. And it possesses people that are the closest to me so that they can abuse me. It's very scary. Emotional, verbal, and if I wasn't a fighter, even physical abuse, but nobody's gonna put their hands on me. That is like that part they know better. But before that, yeah, that Jezebel spirit, if you're a chosen one, that spirit's always going to be following you. That's just because to see if it can get you. So that's what we're going to talk about in the class. You have to be able to know when somebody has that demon on them because that demon is attracted to you and it possess. That's why a lot of women will say, "Well, Mel, I was in a relationship with him. He was so sweet, and then out of nowhere, he became so demonic towards me." Yeah, because you're probably chosen, and the Jezebel jumped on him to get to you. So at this point, I've accepted that this is just a natural thing for women to do. Which classes? So this month we have Respect and Boundaries Part 2. That's the Sunday at 7 o'clock on Zoom. And then Defeat Jezebel and Leviathan, which is next week at 7 on Zoom. Yes, I can go a long time without talking to people. I'm going to buy them so that I could watch them on their vacation. Yes, Diane, buy them, watch them on your vacation. You guys need to know how to look at the Jezebel spirit, please. You guys need to know what these people look like, these abusive people. That woman, I got sent the article. Um, she unalived her best friend for no reason. And when they were doing the investigations, they found out that she was controlling her best friend, isolating her best friend. She wasn't letting her best friend see her family. And then she ended up unaliving her. Jezebel. That's why I said Jezebel wins again. That's what they do. They want to possess people. And you need to know what that spirit looks like, or they're going to come in your life and take over. It's like, damn, all those tips and advice I gave you and you still replicated my services? Oh, yeah, she was jealous of you. What's your sign? Leo. The online bullying is immature. Yes, the live is going to be saved on YouTube. I think I chosen. Okay. I'm gonna find a ride wife. She'll be my friend. Yeah. Sorry about the bullying you're having. Yeah, I don't really feed into it. Even the actresses can't be pretty anymore. I don't blame you. It's too much sometimes. My sister did that for a long time, and I cannot imagine. I'm 32, basically don't have deep friends, just surface level. It's okay because you're older now. So you know what you want. You know what your boundaries are. The older you get, the higher your boundaries get, the more because you have more experience and you know what you want to deal with and what you don't want to deal with in life anymore. Like, for example, when I was 18, 19, it was really easy to be my friend because I didn't know any better. I didn't know what I wanted. I didn't know what I didn't want. I didn't know what was acceptable. I didn't know what wasn't acceptable. Now, honey, my peace is will not be disturbed in any way, shape, or form. So if I'm starting to see a pattern in you that I find is not according to what I want to deal with, I'm gonna end it. Been a nurse for 12 years. It's rough. Oh, wow. Even as a nurse, I've been mistreated when I was patient. Yeah, people are very mean to women. It's very sad. The duration of the class is usually like 2.5 hours. We talk a lot in that class. It's like a deep class. And you can always just purchase it and watch the recording. I have a question. When you became aware you were chosen, or you always known? I've always known. Well, that's part of my testimony. It was already said before I was even born. So my parents always knew. That's why when I was going through just those difficult processes in life and things got really hard, my parents would remember what they were told when I was in the womb. So I just can't say too much. It's a part of my testimony. That's gonna be on the other channel, but basically, my mother was told when she was pregnant with me that, don't let your daughter, keep pushing her to stay as close to God as possible because she's going to need to in order to survive what she's called to do. Because God will be the only source that can protect her from the evil that people will try to do to her because of what she's called to do. So I'm very protective of myself, and I know the world is a very scary place. People are very scary. Not scared of them, but people are very scary. So I just have to put all my faith and trust in God. That's all. Have you forgiven your family members? Of course I have. I'll never reconcile with them, but I have forgiven them. I remember a few videos ago you mentioned micro weddings, hiding newborn babies from the world. Will this stuff be covered in the Boundaries Masterclass? In a way, yeah, in a way. Again, one of the biggest things that I always tell people, especially in regards to boundaries, is you don't have to fall a victim into society's norms. Like, you don't have to have a big wedding with 100 people coming. Like, just have your closest friends and family and people who actually care about you. When are you posting on the Children of the Light channel? I can't give you guys a date for that, but it launches very soon. What you guys have to understand is Children of the Light is a spiritual channel. So anytime you're building something, well, God's building it. God's responsible for everything that I have. And all the progress I've made is because of God. But when you're building a brand or something that's for you, that you represents you, there has to be a spirit behind that thing. There has to be an essence behind it. This channel is a channel that is essentially an offering to God. So I can't just jump on it and just start it and just sit down and just no. There has to be a preparation for it. Everything that you're doing in life, you have to spiritually prepare yourself for it, especially if it's something that is for God, because there are so many people out there who are so evil, who cannot stand to see somebody who's God's representation, especially on a woman. The attacks are going to be aggressive. So I can't just go on. Come on, y'all. I'm a lot more spiritual aware than you think. I'm a lot more spiritual aware than you think. I know how people operate. Okay. Exactly. That's what I did. Got away from family. My uncle got rid of my dad. I got adopted as a child. Gossiping family. My family would fight on the holidays. Like they would like fist fight on Christmas. Like just very, very, just no thank you. I don't want to be around that. And what do you do during Christmas time? I'm with my individual family. during Christmas time. Yep, when someone does me wrong, I distance myself. Yes, yeah, indeed. I got traumatized by a therapist claiming I was escaping by going no contact. How are okay, what any therapist that is encouraging you to stay in contact with abusive family is a bad therapist. Christmas is a pagan holiday. I celebrate Christmas. I don't celebrate Halloween, but I think it's important. Okay, once it hits October, you should start fasting and praying. Because October, November, and December is when people send out their strongest arrows. Okay, a lot of people get taken out on the last 3 months of the year because that's when people harvest the most power to send out their strongest arrows. So from October to December, you should be in a very aggressive fasting, very aggressive praying, and stay in the house because that's when they get rid of the people that they have. That's when they start sending their, I can't say too much, but that's when they really start doing their strongest level workings. So in my culture, Christmas and New Year's is spent at church. You don't spend December 31st in your house. No, you're supposed to be in a church service, in a church building, pleading the blood of Jesus and praying and fasting and worshiping and speaking in tongues so you can make it into 2026. Because that is when they send whatever it is. If somebody has had their eye on you, that's when they send their best work in my culture. So from October and December, I don't leave my house around those months. I'm usually home just praying and journaling and reading because I need to make it into the next year. So that's what I do. That is not the time to be out and about clubbing, drinking, and smoking. That's not how you do that. You have to be careful at the end of the year. It's Eastern Standard Time. Yes, the classes are Eastern Standard Time. So every month I'll have 2 or 3 classes, but I am working on a couple Patreons too for specific groups of people on the channel. I'm working on a Patreon because so that's going to be fun. And there's a lot that's going to happen before the end of the year. Ah! I can't tell you guys. Can't tell you. Can't tell you. Can't tell you. But I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. Fun, fun, fun. Iqui? What Iqui? You think psycho music? What? Okay. I blocked them. It's really bothered me when people reject the whole identity and become someone else by copying. I got married in Denmark, didn't invite anyone, didn't tell anyone. That's the best way to be. That's the best way to be. That's the best way to be. I think marriages are sacred. I think pregnancies are sacred. All of that stuff, in my opinion, does not need to be shared with anyone. Okay. It doesn't need to be shared with anyone. Like, I don't want nobody in my business. I'm one of those people where I'm very private. Don't get in my business. Okay. And, and even my family knows I'm like that. I'm very like, I keep people on a need to know basis. If it doesn't affect you, you're not going to know about it. So that's how I keep my peace. I don't like intrusive people who are like trying to get my business. Do you believe that astrology is accurate or good for looking into one's life potential? I notice so many people, especially women, becoming obsessed with astrology. I think if you want to look for your life purpose, you should ask God and he will give you your answers. Yes, even exorcists agree that the demonic activity is very high. Oh my god, it's so high. Like when you go out in the world, you're like, am I talking to a person or a demon? Like you can't even tell because they one and the same nowadays. Is are you a person or a demon or a person slash demon slash cow? Because who the hell are you? You know, people are so weird and demented. You know, the way that they respond, like people, I just don't know what's wrong. You know, it's like that's why every time I go out, I have to wear my shades because I don't want to make eye contact with anybody. I had a micro wedding, 5 guests. Oh my God. I love that ideal. I love that ideal. 5 guests. I bet the food was on point too. Because the smaller the wedding, the more money you could spend on like, stuff that you want. I think that like stuff like weddings and babies, that stuff is so sacred. Like you don't have to have a big wedding. You don't. You can just have a wedding where you invite people. Hi, Dr. T. You guys, Dr. T's in the chat. Make sure you guys follow her. Um, what was I saying? You don't have to have a large wedding. Like you can have I think that the older you get in life, it's all about solid connections. So in my culture, you just invite people like to your like even if it's family you haven't heard from in 35 years. Oh, and they can come to the wedding. No. No. I believe in inviting people that you actually talk to. You actually have a relationship with this person. This person loves you. They know you. They know your fiance. Why are you just inviting random people? Like, I don't believe in that. Everybody's different. I believe in micro weddings, like 30 to 45 people, your closest friends, nice shrimp cocktails, steak, very nice food, very small, very intimate, but very elegant and very beautiful. It doesn't have to be something that's like, I think that in life, the older you get, you just want people who love you around you and people who support you. Baby showers, mm, I don't have those. I don't believe in those. I just, you guys have to understand my culture. You guys have to understand I'm an island girl. So the way my mind works is very different because of what we go through as island people. Like the curses that people will try to send on you. Like it's very rough. Like when you're an islander, when you come from an island background, you're not even supposed to let somebody touch your belly because of what they'll try to do to you. Like it's very if you're an islander, you understand what I'm talking about. Like, let me give you guys some stories, some island stories before I close off. You guys know I like to give my little island stories so you guys can hear some of the wild stuff my grandma used to tell me. There was this one woman, she's actually very popular. She's a island singer and she was pregnant and she was very big on not having anybody touch her belly because she had a late pregnancy, meaning she got pregnant when she was like 42 or 43. So that's like high risk. So she didn't want nobody to touch her belly, especially being an island superstar. You don't know what they have in their hand. And yes, they can put some type of work in their hand that you can't see and touch your belly and affect the child. Like, don't think that they don't do that. And the islands, that's very doable. So she was having some type of signing or something, and a woman came and like just touched her stomach. Like, I don't know why. She just touched her stomach. And then she pushed the girl's hand off and she's like, why would you touch my stomach? Nobody's allowed to touch my stomach. I'm 8 months pregnant. You're not supposed to touch my stomach. And something like that. And I think maybe she went to go take a bath to cleanse off whatever that was in the lady's hand. I don't know. And then they got rid of the lady that touched her stomach. Like the lady was like on life support a week later. And I'm like, island people don't play. Like that's why they fight so hard to come to the US to escape that. Um, So for me personally, I think when a woman is pregnant, she should be nesting. I think when a woman is pregnant, you should be nesting, meaning you're not leaving the house. You're kind of just not hiding, but nesting away. And I think if a woman is pregnant and you're an online person, you should never show your face while you're pregnant. Never. Never go on live streams while you're pregnant, ever. You have to be very careful about the energies that are trying to because some people will be behind the screen doing this, like you, you know. So you just have to, again, I always tell you guys, you have to be aware of what's going on in the spiritual realm, because this world is not what you see, it's what you don't see. And that's what we're going to talk about in the master class about Jezebel. When somebody has a Jezebel's, okay, there are certain people in the world that tell me, Mel, I attract so many narcissists. Mel, I keep attract. I'm like, you are anointed. Jezebel was obsessed with the anointed people. If you are an anointed man or woman, Jezebel is always following you. Like that's an entity that you're always going to be encountering. You have to learn how to spot that entity and not let it in. You will always I listen, I've had Jezebels after me since I was in my mom's womb. They didn't even want to let me make it. Okay, that is a story for my testimony. I am not supposed to be here. They didn't want that to happen. Okay? So they have been after that entity. I'm not going to say they. That entity has been bothering me for since I was in my mom's womb. Because when you're anointed, that entity is obsessed with you, like obsessed with you, and you're going to keep meeting that entity in different people. And a lot of women, you want to know how Jezebel gets women? It doesn't matter how sharp a woman is, that spirit is always going to possess the guy you fall in love with. If he's not a prayer warrior, if he's not a prayer warrior, that demon is going to possess your lover. And you're going to be like, what the hell? What the hell? What the helly? What the helly? Yeah, that demon is going to possess your lover, because it's trying to jump to anybody who's the closest to you. So I always tell people, if you don't have a prayer life, if you don't have a life of prayer, you leave yourself as a vessel for entities to possess you. So for example, no entity can possess me to destroy another person, because I don't have any room for them to come in and do that. But some people, oh God, are you guys really want me to go into some scary stuff? This reminds me of a client I was talking to last week. She was telling me about a situation, and I told her somebody is trying to separate you from your lover. I don't know who's doing it. I don't know if it's a third party. I don't know if it's a woman he's messing with on the side. I don't know if it's a family member, but somebody has their dirty fingers in your marriage, and they are trying to separate you guys. And I said, who's getting attacked, you or him? And she's like, what do you mean? I said, because the person who doesn't have a prayer life is the person that the entity is going to possess. So who's the one that's not praying? Because from what you're telling me, it sounds like it's him. And it's the entity is going to attach itself to the weakest link. That's why if you're a couple, you need to be praying together every night. Psalm 51, Psalm 23, Psalm 35, Psalm 91. Especially if you're in the public. Because the spiritual realm is so real. The amount of people that their relationship didn't work out, and they think that it just didn't work out because it just didn't work. No, it didn't work because somebody separated you guys. And you don't even know. You have no clue, because how could someone have that much power over someone's emotions? They can. That's why on my other channel, I'm going to do classes on spiritual awareness. Do you know what emotions are yours and what emotions are not yours? There was a time I got up one day and somebody super close to me, I just hated the person. I just started feeling these feelings of hatred. And I'm like, why do I feel like I want to jump on you? Like, you didn't do anything to me. Why do I can't stand you? And they're like, huh? I'm like, I just can't stand you. Like, I don't know why. Like, every time I look at you, I just get so angry. Like, I can't stand your ass. And it's weird because you didn't do anything to me. And then I said, uh, emotions are not mine. They're being planted in me. I'm like, oh my God, let me go get my Bible and say a prayer. This person just doesn't want us, whoever this is, just don't want us to be together. That because these emotions are not mine. I love you. Why am I feeling feelings of hatred towards somebody I love? That's not my energy. That's not mine. Nope. Oh, well, I love doing makeup. I just bought my makeup kit. Oh my God. I spent $600 on my makeup kit. Woo, woo, woo. Okay, girls. I'm so excited for you. 3 weeks later, hey, I want you to do my makeup for me. Oh, yeah. Girl, I don't do makeup anymore. What are you talking about? I don't do it no more. I don't understand. You bought $750 worth of makeup a month ago and you were so excited for this. You had the logo, you had the page. How do you go from that to you don't want to do makeup anymore? I said, ma'am, come here. Let me pray for you. Let me get that thing off of you. You're going to do this makeup because that's where your blessing is. And they're trying to stop you. It's not going to happen. You're going to do this makeup because those emotions are not yours. You do not go from wanting to do something and loving something to all of a sudden hating it overnight. Those emotions are not yours. A lot of people need to understand that you need to check yourself and ask yourself if what you're feeling is yours or not. Because you're walking around with energy that's not yours. You're walking around with emotions that's not yours. Thoughts that are not yours. Now all of a sudden you don't want to do that thing that you were so excited to do. That tells me that somebody's putting their sticky hands in your destiny. Told the wrong person. Not on my watch. I must be aware and I must be resilient. I must be aware and I must be resilient. I must be aware and I must be resilient. I must be aware and I must be resilient. That's your chant. I was like, these emotions are not mine. I know what's mine. I don't hate you. So why do I wake up every day and all of a sudden don't like you? And you didn't do anything to me but be kind. This person would do nice stuff for me and I would still yell at them. And I'm like, why am I yelling at this person and they're trying to help me? That's evil. They're trying to help me and I can't stand them. And they told me, what's wrong with you? Why are you treating like me like this today? I said, I don't know. Every time I look at you, I just want to fight you. I don't know what it is. I can't stand your ass. I don't know why. Like you can't stand me. I just can't stand you. Every time I look at you, I just get so angry. And I said, wait a minute. The fact that I'm aware that I'm feeling these feelings that aren't natural, that means they're not mine, so I can send them back. Check yourself. You were so excited to go on your weight loss journey. What happened? Why all of a sudden you don't want to do it? Why the minute you bought that car, you lost your job the next week? Why you got so much, why do you have so much flies in your house all of a sudden? Why that lizard is always in the same spot? Every time you come outside, the lizard is in the same spot. Why? Let me stop. I don't want to get too deep with you guys, okay? The weakest one in the relationship will get attacked. Yes. The one who doesn't pray, doesn't do devotion, no affirmation, no meditation, that person is going to be, they're going to be attacked and possessed because they're the weakest link. How do you pray against someone who astral projects? You have to break the silver cord, honey. You have to pray about the silver cord. That's how you keep them from coming in. Break that silver cord. Keep them from coming in, watching you sleep. I believe my ex-husband loved me, but his Mexican mom is involved in Santeria, Brujeria. But he has no strong prayer life and wonder why I filed for divorce. She's jealous of, yeah, she's separated, probably separated you guys. Oh, yeah, probably separated y'all. She probably didn't want you guys to be together for whatsoever reason. So she went ahead and separated you guys. Happens all the time in my culture. I see it all the time. Yep, you need to check those thoughts. Check those thoughts. Are they your thoughts? See, this is why they told me the wrong person. You sound just like Nicki Minaj to me. Very true. Why are people even entitled to other people's destinies? That's just how it is. I don't know. I ask God that question all the time. I'm like, God, why do they have access to do all of that? But they do. So it's your job to be vigilant and not, allow yourself to be a victim. Mel, you're so enlightening because that happened to me before until I let go of that friend. I was feeling like I did not want to become a lawyer. Weird thought that wasn't mine. Hmm. Yes, the entity used to attach themselves to the same looking person who were hypersexual. Do you have any advice on letting go of the hurt that these evil entities given us? Just find your foundation in God. Find your foundation. What will happen in real time to the man if he's usually the one who's not protected when he does start praying? Then it'll weaken what they're doing, so they won't be able to manipulate his mind anymore. It's mind control. They can control your mind. They can control your emotions. They can turn you against other people. They can make you hate a business partner that is connected to you to bring you money. They can all of a sudden make you hate that person so the deal doesn't close. People are not in tune with their emotions. That's the problem. If you're not in tune with your emotions, it's easy for you to fall into compromise because you don't even know what's going on. You don't even know what feeling you're feeling. I had a situation like that with somebody that was very close to me. I noticed that every time this person wanted me to work on something for them, I I just would always keep pushing it back, 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 pushing it back. And then when I got to know this person, I'm like, "Oh my God, that's the spirit on you." And he's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "There's a spirit that just doesn't want you to get anywhere." And I apologize that I was participating in what that spirit wanted because why did I not work on your project when I had plenty of time to, but I didn't because now I was becoming a participant in people not wanting to help you. And people can do things to make other people in life not want to help you. Every time somebody is going to give you an opportunity, it crashes. And you're like, why is it that every time somebody's getting ready to help me with something big, it doesn't work? I know these things, y'all. I'm young. Listen, I'm very young, but I've experienced, I can't even tell you what I've been through and what I've experienced and how long it took me to understand these things. And I told him, I said, I'm going to work on your stuff tonight. And not only am I going to work on your stuff, I'm going to help you build everything because I'm not going to let that win, at least not use me. I want to be a part of your success story, not your demise. So that's the thing. That's why I always say I can't really be around people that much because my awareness is so high that most people are just going to become very dangerous because they're not They don't understand what's going on here. That's why I always tell you guys, take those classes while you can, because I'm telling you, when I start everything else, child, I don't even know if I'll have time to do that because there's just gonna be so much going on. I'm literally mentally preparing myself for all the stuff that I'm going to have to be doing. So just take advantage while you can. Because you gotta pay. I always tell people you gotta pay attention. You have to pay attention to what you're feeling. I always tell people, what did you feel today? What thoughts came in your mind today? Good thoughts, bad thoughts, depressing thoughts, sad thoughts, thoughts of giving up, anger, thoughts of anger, thoughts of despair. What did you think about today? And write down what you thought about today. What did your thoughts consist of? And what were the negative things in your thoughts? And the negative things that are in your thoughts, that's what you pray against in your prayer time. Yeah. My green card took 5 years to come out. I prayed and affirmed like crazy. It came out. That alone set me back. Yeah, somebody was probably holding up your green card. That's very popular in my culture. They stop you at customs. Every time you're supposed to go through the customs, is they you there was a story of this guy that was at customs, and every time he would get to customs, this happened in Africa. Every time he would get to customs, they would say, "All right, but what about your baby? Where's your baby's documentation?" He would say, "Baby, it's just me." They're like, "No, sir, we see the baby holding on to your hand. We can't let you in until she has her documentation." He's like, "I what baby?" And he starts looking around. But the cops and the security guards see a baby. They attach something to him so he could never get to the States. So he always gets stopped at customs. That's very popular in African culture when African family members find out that a family member is coming to the States, they do that so that you always get stopped at customs. This stuff, I'm telling you, this stuff is so freaking scary. I've seen it all. I've seen it and I've experienced it. I think that's what makes it more intense for me because I've experienced it many times in life. Scary stuff where I'm like, there's no way. That can't be real. That can't be it. The veil is thin. Yes, I will do videos on that. I'm actually gonna put a video together for you guys, um, a prayer video. Well, it's gonna be me praying, but you guys will be able to play it every morning, and it'll help you um, get stronger. Of course, men are able to join the master class, Isaiah. What kind of question is that? Of course. These classes help both men and women. No, prayer is like, I'm sorry, y'all. If you don't know how to pray, you're done. If you don't have a prayer life, and I don't mean those 2 minute lazy prayers that you do as you doze off. I mean, like, you should be praying for at least 45 minutes before you go to bed, or you're going to get attacked in some way. Like, your prayer is like a shield. It puts like a shield. When you pray, it puts like a banner around you of protection that can't be penetrated. But when you don't pray, you're not shielded, you're not covered. And a lot of times when you pray, you can't just pray for yourself. You also have to pray for your family so that whatever was sent to hit you, if it doesn't hit you because you're praying, it can hit your family members too. So you have to it's your responsibility to cover them as well. You have to cover them too. Like, yeah, I guess I'll just show you guys. This is like a book that I have. It has a bunch of oil on it, and uh the oil is from my anointing oil that have. I have oil all over my house. I'm so obsessed with it. I use it all the time. But this is like my little book, and it just has, all of my stuff in here, like, my prayers, my psalms that I use, everything. It's just pages and pages of different prayers and psalms, and just I use them every day depending on what the situation is. It's like there's a prayer for every specific type of thing. Let me show you some of them I have here. And then these are my flashcards. Oh, sorry, can't show you that. Can't show you that. Okay. Um, Actually, I can't show you any of my flashcards. That's like going too far. I can't show you that. But it's just like I always tell people to put one of these together, put one of these little thingies together so that you can have your little thing that you use, your little, you just have your little thing that you use for your prayer time. Yeah, yeah, they do look like ancient scrolls. I know. I did that on purpose. I did that on purpose. I ordered this type of paper on purpose because I'm like, God, I'm gonna put this little book together of different prayers and stuff. And I'm like, I want these, but eventually I'm gonna turn it into like an actual like book, so that because just different scriptures, and it's just it's a fight, it's a battle. People always trying to spiritually attack you for no reason. So Psalm 51 is in here. Psalm 35 is in here. What else do I have in here? Psalm 91 is in here. Psalm 23 is in here. Psalm 109 is in here. And then I have this part of it that is like, this is like the warfare section, and that section is for like more aggressive prayers for like different types of attacks. Um, Here's one like burial attacks, um, evil verdicts, traveling route, uh, evil communication systems. I'm Y'all are probably like, what is she talking about? Ah, no, Cynthia, I don't get Botox. I should though. I don't get Botox. Yeah, so you guys got to stay armored up. I'm telling you, marine attacks, you know, embargo. A lot of you guys have an embargo situation going on. That's why you can't keep a job. They're trying to take your money. Um, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot that's required. Oh, you're beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me see. What would be your advice for someone that is grieving the loss of someone who they were in an intimate relationship with? Oh gosh, that's hard. You got to give yourself time to heal. You're not going to heal overnight. Be patient with yourself and keep connecting with yourself. What is evil communication systems? Evil communication systems are like groups of people, like gang stalking, essentially. Evil communication systems like gang stalking. It's multiple people who have a hatred of you, and they all get together and plan some type of system to destroy you. That's the evil communication system. So you have to pray against that. Why do people do have evil? How do I know if someone has my best interest at heart? See how they respond to a win. Tell them something good that's going on in your life or a new opportunity that you have and see how they respond to it. Definitely when it comes to moving inside and blocking out monitoring spirits. Now, what you guys have to understand, monitoring spirits can also come in the form of animals, which is why I say be careful if there's an animal that's always around. Will you be teaching about embargo? So the embargo is like when somebody is spiritually stealing money from you. So that's why you can't keep any. With spiritual embargo, it's like they're try to take what's yours. They're trying to take what's yours. Again, you have to just know what's going on. Like it's so much work. It's a lot of work. Trial and okay, what did this person say? Who's trying to stop whose destiny? What? What did you guys? I can't find the comment. What about when you can't find work for long? Is that a spirit of delay? Yeah, it's probably somebody in your family that don't want you to have a job. So they're like, it's like your application doesn't exist. My recommendation for that is to change your name on the applications, change your email, change everything. Because a lot of times it's connected to your name. Do you have a nickname or a middle name? Start applying to jobs with your middle name instead of your first name. So let's say your name is Ashley Nicole Smith. Start applying to jobs with Nicole Smith and change your email to a different name. And you'll probably get more applications. And then every time you apply, pray Psalm 89, verse 4 before you click apply or submit. And pay attention to who you have around you. A lot of you guys have people around you who should not be around you. I don't know why the hell they're still around. I'm gonna be real. I still low key love my ex, but his mom controls him. Yeah, she's Jezebel. So Jezebel mothers control their sons. So you are saying we are energizing other people through thoughts and vibration towards us for us to feel those emotions out of the blue? No, 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 Marina. What I'm saying is I can't say too much. Okay. I can't say too much. But what I'm saying is you need to pay attention to your thoughts and finding out if the thoughts and emotion you're feeling are yours or if they were sent. Okay, I can't say too much, but you catch my drift. Hopefully, you're catching what I'm throwing. Okay. Any tips to avoid stagnation? Prayer and please keep your house clean. If that floor is a mess, if that car is a mess, do not expect any type of bonus. If anybody is struggling financially, you need to be obsessed with cleaning. I don't care if you're up till 3 a.m. and you got work at 7. Mop those floors. And when you do, put some of this in there in the mop water. And pray as you're mopping your floors with the ammonia and the bleach. Pray. This is a house of wealth. This is a house of success. This is a house of clarity. This is a house of balance. This is a house of abundance. I clean out all bad energies. I clean out all bad spirits. I clean out all transfers. I clean out everything that's not mine. This is a house that will see the glorious blessings of God. Mopping is prayer time. You pray while you mop, especially when you put the anointing oil in your mop water. You pray while you mop and use a lot of bleach and keep your area as clean as possible, and that stagnation will start to go away. Okay, because stagnation likes to stay around upside down places. Oh my God. Hi, Ava. Job loss and money. I'll talk about that on the other channel, you guys. I believe you. I think my grandma from Mexico went to a powerful to keep me stagnant, and she went to the cemetery to get dirt. Well, you guys gotta wait on the other channel at the other channel for all that. But you guys, prayer breaks a lot of chains. So you gotta really try to. What are the best psalms for fighting people who have my belongings, even a piece of my hair? You gotta pray Psalm 35 for that, but you gotta be careful though. If you don't have a strong prayer life, don't pray Psalm 35. Just do Psalm 91. But because they're gonna attack you once they start to feel it. Is there a prayer to prevent animals as monitoring spirits? Yes, you can say a prayer against monitoring spirits. There's monitoring spirits and familiar spirits too. Those are two different types because it's a lot. I can't even. Right on, Jesus fasted 40 days. Oh my God, Mel, please, a friend sent me $50 out of the blue. Uh, why? Be careful who you're getting your physical money to. Don't give I always say I don't give cash money. I Zelle or I Cash App. I don't give people. Don't ever give people. If you don't trust them, don't ever give them physical money because they can go somewhere and do something with it. I keep a very clean house, and the day I found $80 in the break room. You see, money and cleanliness walk together. Clean that car, clean that house, declutter that pantry. Will you be starting a Patreon? I know you won't spare feelings in the best way. I know. I've been thinking about it. Hello. Whenever you're not busy explaining people's questions, when is your second cherry channel a go? Super interested in the channel. It's coming, you guys. I'm telling you. I can't give you an exact date. I want you guys to be patient. I promise you, it's going to be like that. And it's not. It's going to be like something you've never seen before. It's going to be very different from this channel, and I have to make sure that it's done right because this channel is an offering to God, so it needs to be perfect. And perfection takes time, but it will be. Trust me, it's going to be random. You're not going to know. It's just going to pop up on your page. So, in divine timing. And my podcast, I got to get back on that. Yeah, I'm in the process of cleaning my shades. I'm about to put Florida water in my mop water. I love you so much. You're speaking to me. You are a blessing from God. Thank you. Trial and error, wishing you the best. People are jealous. Evil spirits don't want you to leave success. No, I don't have a middle name or a nickname. You don't. Okay. So then just do the Psalm 89, verse 4 before you send out every application. And what you can also do is print out every application that you've applied to or a roster of it and pray over the roster every night before you go to bed and say, all of these people are going to call me back. If you give up, you're making your enemies happy. What's the Psalm? No, 84. For you, trial and error, it's 84 Psalm 84. Sorry, Psalm 89. Psalm 89. What am I getting sleepy? It's Psalm 89. Let me verify it. Psalm 89, verse 4. Sorry. I delete Google search results containing my personal info. I told my friend a secret, and 30 minutes later, I saw exactly what I was preventing from happening. Get away from her. Get away from her. That means that there's something attached to her that listened to what you said. That's why that happened. Thank you. Do you think it's healthy or even possible to remain celibate? Of course, you can remain celibate. Why not? Of course, you don't have to sleep with anybody, honey, if you don't want to. Your body's a temple. Of course, you can remain celibate. Celibacy makes you so powerful. July, I'm new to your channel and I love it already. Thank you, sweetie. You guys are so sweet. Thank you, Angelique. I'm definitely going to start applying to jobs with my middle name. You guys, hi, KG. Thank you, sweetie. Um, yes, I mean, you guys, it's a process. All of this takes so much work. Like, you have to pay attention. Pay attention, ladies, gentlemen. What is happening in your life? Is it making sense? If it's not, then we got to get to finding out why. And you guys do know I have my girl chat services. I have girl chats and guy chats. So if anybody ever wants to talk or needs to talk, or you want my insight or input, or maybe I'll talk to you and see if I can pick up on something, you are free to book your call time whenever you want. Ay, ay, ay. Just want to thank you for your work. Thank you, my dear. You inspired me to become a Christian again. Oh my God. Heaven is rejoicing. She zelled me $50 because she said that she wanted to give back for when I helped her when she was down. However, she was given obsessed tendencies and stayed wanting me to hang out with her. Oh my God. Yeah, she probably don't want to let you go, girl. Can you make a video on how to pray powerfully on my other channel? Are the girl chats like a phone call or a Zoom with a video on? They're phone calls. They're only Zooms with video ons if you're out the country. You know, when it comes to prayer, prayer is all intention. Like if you pray like you mean it, it's more powerful. Don't do nothing if it's not intentional. What spirit is attacking a person if they have thoughts of unaliving themselves? The spirit of DEATH. That's what it's called. The spirit of DEATH. That's what that entity is called. And that can either be something that was sent to the person, like that person has a big calling and somebody saw it and wanted to attach that low level so that they can do the deed and not fulfill their purpose. Same, I lost my Christian faith for years until I discovered Mel's channel. Oh, thank you. I'm sure God is so happy about that. What do you do when you're under spiritual attack in the physical? Lots of prayer and consecration, affirmation, observation, manifestation. What are the long-term effects of narcissistic mothers? They just destroy the happiness in you. I ate a sweet potato today because my stomach losing appetite. Why are you copying me? I had a sweet potato too. I had a sweet potato earlier by itself with hot sauce on top. Hi, Sin. Thank you, Coffee Sip. My Moroccan manager didn't like me and had me fired. I'm ready to pray the Psalm 35 for him. No, you can't pray it for people. No, you pray in general. I'm ready to pray the Psalm 35 for him because he hated me and he would pray 3 times a day at work because it's his religion. You can't pray it for him. You have to pray for justice. You can pray to God to give you justice. No, don't buy anointing oil. Make it yourself. And I'll teach you guys how to do that on the other channel. Please make it yourself, please. And I have my reasons for that. Don't buy from people because you don't know what they're infusing in the oil. Please, because there was a time with this anointing oil. I don't know. I purchased it online and things were being very weird. So I said, you know what? Okay. So then I went ahead and I started making my own. Maybe I'll make them for you guys to purchase, but I don't want to. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I can make them for you guys to purchase them yourself. Always have one in your car so you can anoint your car, your dashboard, your steering wheel, cover your car. And that's important for people who don't live in a gated community. If your car is out and about, you have people from your past who know where you live. You don't want them to hex the car. So, gotta pray over that car. What's in it? It's just olive oil and prayer and prayer. And I charge it on the scripture. So on my altar, it's sitting on all the scriptures. Sweet potatoes are for the soul. Yeah, I may make it for you guys. I don't know. Maybe I just don't want to like attach selling to my platform on, I don't know, on that type of platform. I don't know. I have to ask God what he thinks I should do. Yeah, because you don't know who's making it. You don't know. You don't want to like go and buy it and now you can't sleep. Like you don't know what they are placing in it. So you gotta like be careful. I'd rather teach you guys how to make it. I'll probably still sell it, but I'd rather teach you how to make it. That way you can make it in big batches. Like you could buy a big gallon of olive oil for like $40 and make and buy like 100 of these and just have them stacked stashed away or charging, of course, on the scripture. Because I have one where on the side of my bed, I have one here, I have one in my car. I don't have one in my bathroom, no. I have one in my bag when I'm going to places, like the nail shop, places where there's too many people. I anoint myself before I go in there because I don't want to pick up on any lower level. There's so many people that are like in and out. And the reason why I do that is that actually happened to me before when I went to a nail salon and I sat down at the chair where they do the pedicures. And I think the woman that was sitting there before me, she had some type of like entities attached to her. Because when I sat, like I could feel them, and I had an immediate migraine. And I was just like, oh my God, like this is why I don't like public places because people leave things. I would love to anoint your luxurious lips with a wet kiss. Funny because I have sweet potatoes. I'm down for either. I'd love to learn and I'd also support. I made my spicy sweet potato soup. Ooh. Does the quality of the olive oil matter? No, it doesn't matter. Like glass container versus plastic. I do no, it doesn't matter. But for these are glass. Well, you're gonna program it with the you're gonna program it with the verses. So it doesn't really matter. And sometimes you can put like hyssop herbs in there too. I have some hyssop here that I have to use. It's just you have to find your spiritual routine, what works for you. Um, so yes. So anyways, you guys, it's almost 10:30. I'm getting off. Um, I'm a big fan of your content. You're a star. Thank you, sweetie. I'm getting off, y'all. As you can see, I'm falling asleep. So don't forget to sign up for the class, you guys. This Sunday is Respect and Boundaries Part 2. And then next Sunday is Defeat Jezebel and Leviathan. Yourlevelupguru.net.